Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Admiral William McRaven.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Jamie, as always, it is terrific to be here at the Rancho Mirage Riders Festival. This is absolutely one of the best events of the year, and I really appreciate the invitation to join you again today. So Jamie has asked me to talk a little bit about the life lessons I learned in my 37 years as a Navy SEAL. And you know, they are lessons on perseverance, on leadership, on courage, on teamwork. And I hope whether you ever spend a day in the military that you will find these lessons of some value. Now, I will tell you that normally I am talking to an audience that is maybe a little less mature than this audience. But what I've found in my 70 years is I'm still learning about leadership. I'm still learning about perseverance. So again, I hope you will find these lessons of some value. So let me start first with basic SEAL training. We refer to it as BUDS, Basic Underwater Demolition SEAL Training. It takes place in Coronado, California. So if you've ever been out to San Diego, you go over the beautiful Coronado Bay Bridge, you got the Hotel del Coronado, you got the Pacific Ocean. But after going through 6 months of SEAL training, you never quite look at Coronado the same way again, because it is considered some of the toughest military training in the world. And basic SEAL training is 6 months long. It's broken down into 3 phases, and the first phase is about 10 weeks long, and it kind of goes like this. You start your day at the crack of dawn, you do about 2 hours of calisthenics, you get a short break, then you go do a 4-mile soft sand run, then you get a short break, then you go do a 3-mile open ocean swim, then you get a short break, then you put a boat on your head, you run to chow, you come back from chow, you get a short break, then you do an obstacle course, then you get a short break, then you do another couple hours calisthenics. And then and only then, if you haven't screwed up in the course today, you go home around 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. And that goes on for 10 weeks with one very special week called Hell Week. So if it wasn't hard enough, they're going to give you Hell Week in the 9th week of that. Then the second phase of training is where you learn to dive. You learn to dive the scuba rig, and you learn to dive what we call the Draeger LAR-5. It's kind of a closed circuit rig. But the physical training still continues, the harassment still continues, except now you are diving 2 and 3 times a day. And then the last phase of training is another 10 weeks long, and this is where you learn to kind of shoot, move, and communicate. You learn to be an infantryman. Remember, the acronym SEAL stands for sea, air, and land. So you have to be good in the water, you got to be a good parachutist, and you have to be a good infantryman. So let's take a look at this. So this is how we start our day. First slide, please. Let's see. Come on. All right, IT, first slide, if you can. There we go. So this is how we start our day. This is what we refer to as the grinder, this asphalt slab, because it kind of grinds down your spirit. It grinds down your bodies. These guys have already screwed up. They're cold, wet, and miserable. We spend a lot of time in SEAL training carrying guys, and sometimes people ask me, what's the secret of SEAL training? I say, find the smallest dude you can, man, because you're going to be carrying that guy an awful lot. We do a lot of team building exercises with this log. We call it log PT. I like this particular slide. You got the canteens in the foreground. Well, when I went through training, for those of you that might be my vintage, you know, water was bad, salt tablets were good. Well, we've learned that, look, we got to keep the kids hydrated, we got to keep them fueled. But that doesn't make training any easier. This guy's clearly not having a good time carrying this log. You spend a whole lot of time in dirty, muddy water, because my forefathers that were in Vietnam want you to get the full experience, and today the kids that were in Iraq and Afghanistan, they like you being miserable as well. You get harassed during the day, and you get harassed at night. And again, this goes on for the first 10 weeks. The second phase of training, they take you to the base pool, they tie your hands and feet, and they throw you in the deep end. And if you come up, well, you're probably going to be a good SEAL, and if you don't, it's probably not going to work out too well for you. So here you see a couple of instructors around one of the SEAL trainees. Now, for those of you that might be scuba divers, if you look very closely, this kid on all fours has got a double hose regulator. Well, nobody dives with a double hose regulator anymore. But the reason we use it is so that instructor can come, grab the air hose, wrap it around the kid's neck or the J-valve, and cut off his air to find out how he is going to respond underwater when all of a sudden he has no air. Because remember, as Navy SEALs, we are first and foremost Navy frogmen. So we are going to spend a lot of time under the water, and we need to find out very early on whether this kid's going to panic when things go south on him. And then this is the Draeger LAR-5, this chest-mounted rig here. These kids are about to do a 2-mile underwater swim. This is the Coronado side. You see the Bay Bridge in the background. They will swim from the Coronado side underwater to the ship's over at the 32nd Street Naval Station. They will put a practice mine on it, and then they will swim back. And so these are the sorts of things we do in second phase. And then finally in third phase, again, you learn to be an infantryman. So we learn map and compass. We SEALs, we love to blow things up. And we spend a lot of time shooting. So those are the 3 phases of SEAL training. But in the first phase of training, every morning you start off with an inspection. And again, I went through in the 70s, and all of my instructors were Vietnam vets. So we had 4 officers in the class, and the instructor would come in. And of course, the first thing you'd have to do is you'd have to pop to, and they would inspect your uniform. And you had this 8-sided hat, had to be perfectly starched. Your uniform had to be perfectly starched. You had a brass belt buckle, had to shine without any smudges. Your shoes had to be spit shined to the point where an instructor could wiggle their fingers up here and see the reflection in the boots. And then they would inspect your bed, in Navy parlance, your rack. And the bed had to be made to exacting standards. The pillow had to be centered right in the middle of the headboard. You had a sheet and a wool blanket, had to be pulled taut. You had to have 45-degree hospital corners. Then you had a second blanket, had to be folded into a perfect rectangle and placed at the foot of the bed. And then invariably some enterprising young instructor would reach in their pocket, pull out a quarter, flip it into the air to see if it would bounce off the bed to make sure you had made the bed tautly enough. And I remember thinking to myself, I don't get it. I mean, I came here to be a battle-hardened Navy SEAL, and I'm spending all this time making my bed. So finally, after a few months, I got up enough courage to ask one of these salty old Vietnam vets. I said, look, I get the uniform. I mean, we're in the military. Uniform's got to look sharp. But why do we spend so much time making our bed? He thought about it for a second. He said, well, if you make your bed every morning and, you do it with a little pride, it'll inspire you to do another job and another and another. He said, the other thing about it is it's about the little things. If you can't even make your bed to exacting standards, how are we ever going to trust you to lead a complex SEAL mission? Learn to do the little things right, and you'll learn to do the big things right. So I spent, the rest of my career on ships, on submarines, on shore duty, always making my bed. But when I got to Afghanistan and Iraq, the bed took on another meaning for me. In Afghanistan, I was the second senior ranking officer in Afghanistan as a 3-star admiral. And I lived in what was referred to as a B hut, made by the Navy Seabees. And my B hut was probably just a little bit bigger than this stage. And in my B hut was a bed. That was it. Bathrooms were outside, no shelves, just a bed. And every morning, I would get up, I'd go to the gym, I'd work out, I'd come back, and I would make that bed. Because I knew when I walked out of that plywood room and I opened that plywood door, outside in the environment that was Afghanistan, it was going to be tough. We were losing soldiers every week. Civilians would be, innocent civilians would be killed. Some general, some admiral, somebody was always yelling at me about something. Outside, it was difficult. And my days were long. Your average day was probably 20 hours a day. Sometimes you'd go days before you got back to your room. But when I did get back to my room and I opened that door, the bed was made. The room was clean. And it gave me some sense of control of my life. So I've told folks, look, if you want to be successful or if you want to have a good day, start off by making your bed. So in training, we have this thing called an inflatable boat small, an IBS. Little rubber raft that's about 8 feet long, weighs about 100 pounds. And we carry this boat with us everywhere we go in training. We carry it to Chow, we carry it up and down the sand dunes. And very early on in training, the instructors give you a simple task. They want you to take this little rubber boat, they want you to paddle out through the surf zone, paddle down, and paddle in. That's it. Simple mission statement, paddle out, paddle down, paddle in. And the idea is the guys on the front there, they're the number 1 guys. They're going to kind of pull the bow of the boat into the water. Number 2 guys are going to make sure the boat doesn't shimmy too much. Number 3 guys, they're going to kind of push from behind. And then as the officer or the senior enlisted, you're the coxswain. And you hop in the boat. And once you get in the boat, you call the guys in. 1's in, 2's in, 3's in. And then once everybody's in the boat, you find out what teamwork is all about. Because if everybody in the boat doesn't dig just as hard as everybody else, if everybody in that boat doesn't listen to the stroke count of the coxswain, that boat is not going to make it through surf like this. Wow. And this is what the surf in San Diego looks like in the wintertime. And you will find yourself kind of unceremoniously dumped back on the beach. But the other thing you find out about that little rubber boat is I don't care if you are the biggest, the strongest, the fastest, the smartest SEAL in that boat, you can't paddle that boat by yourself. We're called the SEAL teams for a reason, because it takes a team to get the job done. Well, fast forward about 25 years. I'm now a Navy captain, like an Army colonel. I'm referred to as the Commodore. I'm in charge of all the SEALs on the West Coast, and I'm going out for a routine parachute jump. And in the jump, we would launch out of North Island Naval Air Station. This is down in San Diego. You get up to about 13,000 feet. At about 13,000 feet, the ramp comes down. Jump master gives you the sign. You jump out just like this kid in the picture, arms out, legs back. You fall from 13,000 feet down to about 5,500 feet. At 5,500 feet, you check your altimeter, you wave off, you reach in, you pull your ripcord, and out of the back of the parachute comes a pilot chute. The pilot chute then pulls the main canopy out, and you glide peacefully down to Earth. Well, this particular day, we get up to 13,000 feet, ramp comes down. It is a Chamber of Commerce day. I mean, not a cloud in the sky. I can see Mexico. I can see the Pacific Ocean. Jump master gives me the sign. I jump out. And as I'm falling, I notice there's two guys off to my left and one guy off to my right. And I'm watching this guy off to my right, and he's kind of starting to drift underneath me, but all of a sudden he gets stable, and next thing I know, this guy's underneath me, and it's too late. And he pulls his ripcord, and in relative terms, I'm moving at 120 miles an hour, and he has stopped. And I hit his parachute, and I think it's probably like getting an airbag blown up in your face. It hits me, stuns me, and kind of spins me out of control. Now, what I should have done was I should have checked my altimeter, gotten stable again. But frankly, I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know whether I'd been knocked unconscious or what. So I reach in instinctively, and I pulled my ripcord. Well, I was in a head-down attitude spinning like this, and the pilot chute came out, and it wrapped around one leg. The risers, another part of the parachute, came out, and it wrapped around the other leg. Now I'm completely entangled in the parachute, and I remember thinking to myself, this doesn't look so good. Well, the good news is the parachute opened. The bad news is when a parachute opens, it blossoms. Took one leg one way, one leg the other way, and snapped me in two. Busted my pelvis by 5 inches, fractured my back, ripped all the muscles out of my stomach and my legs, and I landed about 2 miles from the drop zone. And then the lesson of the little rubber boat came back to me in spades. Because once I got out of the hospital, my wife had to be my nurse. The guys had to make sure I went to physical therapy. The admiral who was in charge of me managed to keep me in the Navy in spite of my injuries. It took a lot of people to get me through that difficult time in life. And I'm sure you have all had difficult times in life, but as I talk to the young people, I say, look, if you want to be successful in life, have as many friends as you can, as many colleagues as you can, accept the goodwill of strangers, because I don't care who you are, you can't paddle that boat by yourself. So speaking of boat crews, so when you first get to SEAL training, they line you up by height, and I'm 6'2", and I was in the big guy boat crew. And then you go all the way down to the little guy boat crew. Guys are about 5'4", 5'5". Interestingly enough, most people going through SEAL training are about 5'8" to 5'10". They're kind of medium-built, wiry guys. But we big guys, we used to make kind of good-natured fun of the little guys. We called them the Munchkin crew from The Wizard of Oz. And we used to make fun of them because they had these tiny little wetsuits that they would put on their tiny little bodies. And they had these tiny little fins that would go on their tiny little feet. But what made us really mad was they kicked our tail at everything they did. They outran us, they outpaddled us, they outswam us. They were clearly one of the best boat crews in all of SEAL training. And in that boat crew was one Native American, one African American, one Greek American, one Polish American, one French American, and a couple of tough kids from the Midwest. And just reinforces the fact that the only thing that matters to your success in life is what's in here. Not the color of your skin, it's not your ethnicity, it's not your gender, it's not your orientation. The only thing that matters is what's in here. So I tell folks, look, if you want to be successful in life, measure somebody by the size of their heart, not the size of their flippers. So when you go through SEAL training, the instructors are kings. And no matter what they tell you to do, you got to do it. So if they don't like you, though, because you're a Patriots fan and they're a Seahawks fan, or you went to the University of Texas and they went to Texas A&M, or they just don't like the look of your face, they will tell you to hit it. And you have to go fully clothed, you run over the sand dunes, You jump in the Pacific Ocean, you come back, you roll around in the sand, you throw sand everywhere, and the effect is called a sugar cookie. Now, this whole team screwed up somehow. But the thing about the sugar cookie that drove a lot of guys crazy was the indiscriminate nature of it. You could have come in first on the swim, and you would still be a sugar cookie. You could have come in first on the run, and the instructors would make you a sugar cookie. You could have had the highest test score, and an instructor would make you a sugar cookie. But everything in SEAL training had a lesson. And the lesson of the sugar cookie was easy. Life's not fair. Get over it. Life's not fair. Get over it. But there were a lot of guys who had trouble getting over it. There were a lot of guys that thought when they came in first on the run, somebody should pat them on the back. When they came in first on the swim, somebody should recognize their excellence. But these instructors had all been in a tough fight in Vietnam. And they knew that sometimes, even on your very best day, the enemy won. And they wanted you to understand very early in your life and in your career that life wasn't fair. And you better understand that and be prepared to move on. So one of the instructors that used to harass me unmercifully was this guy, Lieutenant Philip L. Moki Martin. Moki was the quintessential Navy SEAL. He was Navy lieutenant, one of my instructors. And Moki was born and raised in Hawaii. He was great in the water. He was a great parachutist, great with weapons. But every time Lieutenant Martin would see Ensign McRaven, he would go, "Mr. Mack, hit it." Oh, have to run over the sand dunes, jump in the water, roll around, become a sugar cookie, and then you spend all day like this. I would always try to sneak around so Mr. Martin wouldn't find me, but he always managed to find me. But interestingly enough, when I got out of SEAL training and basic SEAL training, got to my first SEAL team, Moki had left and we became colleagues at my new SEAL team. And Moki was an incredible athlete. And in 1983, he was preparing for the Hawaiian Ironman. And he was out on a bicycle ride from Coronado down to Imperial Beach. There's a beautiful 15-mile stretch of beach. And as he's down, kind of pedaling hard, Moki had a head-on bicycle collision. Well, the other guy kind of got up and dusted himself off, was a little achy. And Moki was paralyzed from the chest down and has been since 1983. And never once in all that time did I hear Moki Martin say, "Why me?" Never once did he question his lot in life. He understood the nature and the lesson of the sugar cookie, that life's not fair. And sometimes you just have to move on. And move on he did. He became an accomplished painter. He fathered another child. And at the age of 84 now, Moki Martin oversees the UDT SEAL triathlon that we do every year in Coronado. He has done more from a wheelchair than any 10 men I know standing erect. At the end of the day, at some point in time, you're all going to be sugar cookies. You just have to accept that fact and move on. So in SEAL training, we have an obstacle course. Now, we like to think it's the toughest obstacle course in the world because, of course, we're SEALs. It's got to be the toughest obstacle course in the world. But it's got the usual barbed wire you got to kind of crawl under. It's got the high walls you got to crawl over. But in order to complete the obstacle course, in order to make the time on it, you're going to have to put your body at risk. And this is, again, the lesson of the obstacle course. It is about assuming risk. It is about understanding the nature of risk. You're going to have to climb higher. You're going to have to jump further. You're going to have to do something that puts your body at risk if you expect to make the time to pass the obstacle course. Well, one of the obstacles you can pick up a few seconds on is this one. This is the cargo net. It's about a 40-foot high cargo net. You climb up one side, you climb over. A lot of the guys will get to the other side. They will literally push off and tap the rope on their way down to accelerate their descent so they can pick up a few seconds here or there. But the obstacle where you can pick up the most amount of time is this one, the slide for life. Slide for life, again, about 40 foot high, and oh, by the way, only the instructors get to use the ladder. The students have to come up to that first platform, they pull themselves up, and they get to the second platform, you kind of grab the slats and you kip up to the second, you kip up to the third, you kip up to the fourth. Now you're at the top of the platform and you have a rope. And it's about 80 to 100 feet to the end of the rope. And there's two ways to go down this rope. You can grab the rope, just kind of throw your legs around it and shimmy down it. And we call that going down possum style. And there's nothing wrong with that. And you will get from point A to point B safely. The problem is you may not get there in the time you need to pass the obstacle course. Sooner or later, you're going to have to get up on that rope and slide down head first. The problem with sliding down head first, like this young man, you hop up on the rope, you hook your leg around it. If you hesitate, the weight of your body will slip down and you will drop about 40 feet to the ground below. you have to understand that taking the risk means accepting it and moving out quickly. This is the nature of the obstacle course. Fast forward about, 34 years. I'm now a 3-star admiral. I am in Afghanistan, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Mike Mullen, comes to visit me. And Admiral Mullen used to come pretty routinely. And after he talks to the troops, he says, "Hey, Bill, I need to talk to you. Let's go up to your office." So we go up to my office. He says, "Look, the CIA got a hold of me, and they've got a lead on this guy, Osama bin Laden. And they're going to want you to kind of come back to D.C. to talk to him about it." I said, "Okay, sir, happy to do that." But candidly, in my mind, I was a little dismissive. We had a lot of leads on bin Laden, and my special operations unit, that was our job, was to kind of track down the leads on bin Laden. There had been reports of bin Laden in the eastern part of Afghanistan, the Tora Bora region, up in the Hindu Kush, the northern part. There had been sightings of bin Laden in Iran and Iraq and Afghanistan, or in Pakistan. But I said, sure, opportunity to kind of go back to D.C., see my wife, grab a beer. So about 3 weeks later, I get the call. I go back to D.C., and I meet with the Deputy Director of CIA, Michael Morrell. And Morrell shows me a picture of this compound without the Turkish writing on it. And Morrell says, "Look, if your guys had to do this mission, how would you do it?" I said, "It's a compound. It's what we do every day." I said, "It's a little bigger." I said, "But this is what we do." We were doing about 10 to 12 missions a night in Afghanistan at the time, and about 20 to 25 missions a night in Iraq, one part of my task force. And this more closely resembled the mission in Afghanistan. And in Afghanistan, we would launch from a forward operating base out in the middle of nowhere. You'd put about 40 Army Rangers and 20 Navy SEALs on a couple of big helicopters. You'd fly from the forward operating base about an hour. You'd land about 10 kilometers from the target, so the bad guys didn't hear you coming. Everybody would get off the helicopter. You'd foot patrol to the target. The Rangers would set up blocking positions so the enemy couldn't reinforce. The SEAL snipers would get up on the wall to lock down the target. And then, believe it or not, we'd pull out a bullhorn and say, "Come out with your hands up." That rarely worked. And when it didn't, things tended to get a little sporty. We'd get the bad guy, put him on the helicopter and come back. So that's what one of the elements of my team was doing 10 to 12 times a night. So I told Morrell, I said, it's a little bigger, but I really don't see a problem. He said, "Okay, well, thank you very much." Okay. So I go back to Afghanistan. Well, about a week later, they call me back. And this time, they give me all the intelligence on the guy they call the Pacer. And the Pacer would come out every day around noon to this kind of checkerboard area here by that 3-story building. And the Pacer was always clearly getting some exercise, just kind of walking around in a square, always had a couple of kids by his side. And for all the intelligence we had, and we had overhead intelligence, we had technical intelligence, we had human intelligence, and this will go down as one of the great operations in the history of the CIA. But for all the intelligence we had, we just couldn't determine whether or not the Pacer was in fact bin Laden. Well, I started meeting with the President and his national security team in early March, and over the course of the next couple months, we had about 5 or 6 meetings. And every time we'd have a meeting, the President would turn to Leon Panetta, the director of the CIA, and say, "Well, Leon, what do you think?" And Leon would say, "Well, Mr. President, I believe it's bin Laden, but I have to be honest with you. There are a number of the analysts at CIA that are working on this that do not think it's bin Laden." So this went on. Every couple of weeks we'd meet, and every couple of weeks the President would ask the same question. Finally, in the kind of second to last meeting I was in, he calls in the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, another arm of the intelligence community, a guy named Mike Leiter. And he tells Leiter he wants him to red team CIA's intelligence, basically check their homework. Makes Leiter very uncomfortable, but he says, "Yes, sir, will do." Well, the last meeting I'm in, which was like the last day in April of 2011, meeting starts, and the President turns to Mike Leiter and he says, "Well, Mike, did the red teaming? What'd you find out?" Leiter takes a deep breath and he says, "Well, Mr. President, we have reviewed CIA's intelligence, and we think the chance that it's bin Laden is anywhere between 60% and 40%. Got to let that roll a little bit. And I'm thinking to myself, you got to be kidding me. Well, 40%, who in the world is going to authorize a bunch of SEALs to fly from Afghanistan to Pakistan, 200 kilometers into Pakistan, to a compound that is 3 miles from the Pakistani West Point, 3 miles from a major infantry battalion, and a mile from a major police station? And oh, by the way, the Pakistanis have nuclear weapons. Who would authorize that? So I told the President, I said, "Sir, I'm going to head to Afghanistan. I was going to command the mission from there. Said, if you decide to go, I'll have the boys ready. If you decide not to go, not a problem. A lot of bad guys in Afghanistan. We'll just kind of get back to work. So I leave Wednesday evening. I get to Afghanistan Friday morning, get up to my office, and the phone rings, and it's Leon Panetta. And he says, Bill, the president has made the decision that the mission is a go. And I remember thinking to myself, whoa, that is a bold decision. And I've told folks, look, irrespective of what side of the political aisle you might be on, I think this will be one of the boldest decisions in modern presidential history, because we just didn't know whether or not the guy we called the pacer was in fact bin Laden. Well, the next day the president calls me on Saturday to wish me and the guys luck. And he says, well, Bill, what do you think? I said, well, Mr. President, if bin Laden's there, we're going to get him. And if not, the SEALs get back on the helicopter and kind of come home. The problem with the we'll get back on the helicopter and come home scenario, which I had briefed the president, I said, look, if the SEALs get on the ground in this compound and somebody comes out with a gun, and everybody in Pakistan and Afghanistan carry guns, it is not going to go too well for that guy. And as they begin to sweep through the target and other people come out, won't go well for them either. And as the SEALs go from the first floor to the second floor to the third floor, potentially engaging targets, and they get to the third floor, and the guy we thought was Osama bin Laden turns out to be nothing but a tall Pakistani, this will be a disaster of epic proportions. Now, I didn't tell the president that, but he understood that because we had had that conversation. So we had to roll the mission 24 hours. So we launched on what is May 1st here, May 2nd in Afghanistan. Takes about an hour and a half to get to the target. 15 minutes into the target, I get the call from the ground force commander, forgotten country, Geronimo. And you may recall this iconic photo from Pete Souza. The first helicopter that came in didn't go so well. It kind of crash landed. And you can see the president looked a little concerned. Good news is we had plan A, plan B, plan C, and plan D. The reason I tell this story is it's an interesting story, but it's also a story about risk and about understanding the nature of risk. If you want to be good at what you do, you can take the safe way, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But if you want to be great at what you do, great in your personal life, great in your professional life, you are going to have to assume some risks. Sooner or later, you're going to have to get up on that rope and slide down head first. So I'm going to jump through some of these real quick in the interest of time. Oh, my favorite picture. The instructors love to show us this one, you know. So in the 9th week of training, we call Hell Week. And Hell Week, when I went through, was 6 days of no sleep, constantly being kept cold, wet, and miserable, and one very special day down at the Mud Flats. And the Mud Flats were an area in South San Diego where the water from Tijuana and the water from San Diego merged, and it created this muddy slough that was probably about as big as maybe the 4th or 5th row out here. And it was probably about 3 or 4 feet deep in the middle of the slough. And so if you were sitting down in the mud, you were literally up to your neck in mud. Well, so we paddled down. Again, we've gone 4 days with no sleep. We paddled down to South San Diego, and we spent all day in the mud. And we are doing mud wrestling and mud relays, and the mud is cold, and the wind is howling across the beach, and you are just as miserable as you've ever been. You haven't slept in 4 days. And then all of a sudden we get out of the mud, just long enough to kind of get dry. And then all of a sudden, we committed some egregious violation of the rules. So the instructors throw us all back in the mud. And now there's 55 of us. My class started with 110. We're down to 55 guys. And as we are there, guys are shaking. They are freezing. Wind is howling across the beach. And I remember the instructor comes up. We've gotten in 3 rows. I'm in the first row. We've locked arms for solidarity. And the instructor comes up, great guy named Mike Fackney, on the dry side. And he looks down at us and he goes, hey, guys, look. I know it's been a long couple of days. I really feel sorry for you guys. I'll tell you what we're going to do. You can all kind of come out of the mud. We got a fire going over here, so you can all come out of the mud, get warm by the fire. So Doc's brewing some coffee. So for those of you that want a cup of coffee, you can kind of get out of the mud, get a cup of coffee. And you know what? If you like hot chocolate, Doc's also brewing some hot chocolate. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. You can all get out of the mud. You can all get warm and cozy, have a cup of hot chocolate, have a cup of coffee, if only 5 of you quit. And that's what the instructors love to do. They love to pit the class against each other. You can all be warm and cozy if only 5 of you quit. Well, kid next to me, a big strapping kid, he's like, I am done trying to be a Navy SEAL. He starts heading for dry ground. I'm holding on to him going, hold on, brother, hold on. And I'm looking down the row, and there are a couple more guys that have just decided we're done here. Then all of a sudden, at the end of the row, one kid starts singing. And I remember the instructor coming out going, hey, you, stop singing, stop singing. And then another student started singing. Hey, you guys, stop singing. Then all of a sudden, everybody starts singing. The instructors are out there yelling and screaming at us. They got the bullhorns out. They're telling us if we don't stop singing, we're going to spend the rest of the night in the mud. Interestingly enough, everybody that was heading for dry ground fell back in, locked arms, and all 55 guys made it through that night. And it was the power of hope. The power of hope. If one guy who was up to his neck in mud, who was freezing, who the sun was getting ready to set, if he could make it through, then maybe we could hold on long enough till the sun came up. The power of hope. The most powerful force in the universe. Fast forward from that moment about 36 years. I'm now a 4-star admiral. I am in charge of all the SEALs and all the Special Operations Forces. I'm stationed down in Tampa. And I go up to Walter Reed every once in a while to visit the guys that are coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan. And we go up one day, my wife and I do, and I'm visiting with a number of the guys that have been wounded. And Walter Reed is where they took care of the guys who were generally the amputees or the bad blast victims. The guys who were burned would go to Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio. So we get up there, and I'm talking to 5 guys, 3 Army Rangers, a Green Beret, and a Navy SEAL. And they've got their wives and girlfriends with them. And I knew how to talk to my guys. I mean, these were my people. I didn't know the Rangers or the Green Beret by name. I knew the SEAL, but I knew how to talk to them. You know, I knew their unit, that sort of thing. And so we talk for about 2 hours, and it's all good. And as I'm getting ready to leave, the Army Sergeant Major who's escorting me says, hey, sir, there's one other person we'd like you to talk to. He's not a special operations guy. He was in the 25th Infantry Division in Iraq. And the vehicle he was in was hit by an explosively formed projectile, essentially a rocket. Rocket came into the vehicle, killed everybody in the vehicle, and left him as a quadruple amputee. And I remember thinking to myself, whoa. So I said, absolutely, Sergeant Major, happy to go visit with this young man. So I go up to the 2nd floor of the Army Rehab Center, and there the young man is, and he's leaning against the rail. And of course, he's only this tall because he's got no legs. He's on his shorties, the things that they give you before they give you your long prosthetics. So I get down, eye level with him, and I just didn't know what to say. What do you tell a young man who has lost both legs, all of one arm, and partial of the other arm? And he must have seen something in my eyes, some sense of pity, some sense of remorse. And he says to me, sir, I'm 24 years old. I'm going to be just fine. I'm 24 years old. I'm going to be just fine. I never forgot that. I commanded a force of 70,000 men and women that influenced another 1.5 million. And every time I was having a bad day, I realized it paled in comparison to the day this young man was having. And if he could be okay, I could find a way to be okay too. It's the nature of hope. And what I tell folks that I talk to is, look, you're probably never going to have a chance to, capture Saddam Hussein, rescue a Captain Phillips or get a bin Laden. But every single one of you will have an opportunity to write a letter, to make a phone call, to thank someone, to give somebody just a little bit of hope to help them through the day. You have no idea the cascading effect that something like that can have. Finally, in SEAL training, there's a bell. All you have to do to quit is ring the bell. If you ring the bell, you no longer have to get up at the crack of dawn. You ring the bell, you no longer have to do the long runs. You no longer have to do the long swims. You no longer have to be cold, wet, and miserable. All you have to do to quit is ring the bell. But if what you're doing is good and decent and noble and honorable, you don't ever ring the bell. So the lessons today are pretty straightforward. Start your day with a task completed. Find someone to help you through life. Respect everyone. Know that life's not fair, that you're going to fail occasionally. But if you take some risks, if you lift up the downtrodden, if you give people hope, and if you never, ever give up, If you do these things, I guarantee you, you will be successful in life. Thank you very, very much. But before I continue, before I get finished here, got a few minutes left. I have a special moderator that's going to come up to do a few Q&As with me. So if you will help me in joining, my daughter Kelly is going to join us. Thank you. Kelly and I have written a book, Be a Hero with Skipper the Seal, and we're in the process of writing another book. And I mean, you can imagine as a father, how much better can it be than having your daughter ask you some questions? But for God's sake, please go easy on me.
We'll see about that.
Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me, and I'm so honored to be here, and I always appreciate the opportunity to ask my dad questions. Yeah. So I'll jump into it. I guess my first question is, why did you choose to write about Navy SEAL training when you gave your speech at the University of Texas?
Well, I was called by the president of the University of Texas at Austin to do the commencement address, and I had a day job. So I spent, I would spend my days kind of dabbling with a little bit, but I really didn't start writing the speech until the last week. And I was supposed to give the commencement address on Saturday, but on Wednesday, I had written this speech and it didn't work. And I'm like, whoa, this is not good. And I mean, a good speech has got to have a beginning, a middle, and end. It's got to have some meaning to it. It's got to have some lessons for the young students. And so in a bit of a panic, I went down to talk to my wife, and I said, so my speech, it doesn't work. What should I do? And she says, very cleverly, well, why don't you write about something you know? And I thought, well, that's an interesting idea. I said, look, the only thing I know is how to be a Navy SEAL. She said, well, write about that. But candidly, I was a little concerned. I was concerned because, I was going to be in uniform at a university. And she said, no, write about that. And that's when it occurred to me that basic SEAL training really was kind of life crammed into 6 months. And all the issues that I had in SEAL training, I was going to find throughout the rest of my career and the rest of my life. So I wrote about it, and it seemed to have gone pretty well.
I'd say so. Of the 10 lessons that you outlined in the speech, which one do you think is most important?
Yeah, I really do think the last one about hope is probably the most important. So this young man, Brendan Morocco, who, by the way, ended up getting 2 arms replaced and has gone on to do some incredible work. It is about the nature of hope. I mean, I think all the lessons have some value, but as I have kind of gone through my career and you get in those moments that are very, very low, you have somebody that comes in and gives you just a nugget of inspiration, just a little bit of hope to allow you to carry on. I mean, that's what allows all of us to make it through life sometimes, is a great partner, a great friend, a great colleague, but always someone or something that says, guess what, tomorrow's going to be a little bit better. So I think hope is probably where I would land.
And I know many people have come up to you and said that your speech really changed their lives, and now they make their bed.
Yeah.
I'd love for you to share a story with the audience about what's really resonated with you from one of these moments.
Yeah, again, I'm very fortunate. In fact, just had someone this morning come up to me to tell me a story. But I am always surprised what the lessons and particularly the video has meant for people. But I've had a number of folks that have been dealing with alcohol and substance abuse. And I had one young man, probably in his early 30s, who had been an alcoholic and had been struggling with alcohol, been struggling with depression, and somehow he listened to my speech and then got the book. And he realized that to overcome some of this, he just had to get up every morning and do one thing. And that one thing became making his bed. That one thing became, look, if I can get out and it's not hard, I make my bed, it inspires me to do another task and another. And that had, according to him, that had kept him sober for several years. And he keeps the book by his bedside as a reminder that, hey, this is it. If I do nothing else in the day, I will have accomplished this one thing, and maybe I can get back on the straight and narrow. And I get a lot of those letters, those emails, and it is always, incredibly humbling to know that the speech and the book have made a difference in people's lives.
I know one thing I've been really moved by is I've heard the story about the quadriplegic before. And you often, throughout my childhood, would talk about the soldiers that you'd go visit at Walter Reed. Can you share a little bit about what you think about the next generation of Americans?
Yeah, I'm always here to tell folks I am the biggest fan of the millennials and the Gen Z and whoever the next generation might be. Because there's this narrative out there that these young kids are these soft, entitled little snowflakes. Well, then I'm quick to point out, well, then you've never seen them in a firefight in Afghanistan or going to the University of Texas to make a better life for themselves. This is an incredible generation. They're just as hardworking, just as patriotic as their parents and grandparents before them. And I teach a class at the LBJ School of Public Affairs, and graduate students, I just got finished actually last week, and every time I'm worrying about the future of America, I just spend time with the youth of America, and these are great young men and women. But a little segue from that, when I was a chancellor at the University of Texas for about 3.5 years, and they give you this very nice house. And as I was leaving, we're boxing up some things, and I'm up in the attic boxing some things up to move to the next house, and I find a letter that my mother had written me. My mother passed away in 1986, and the letter was unopened, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I see my mother's handwriting, so I opened the letter. Interestingly enough, 40 plus years later, it still had the smell of kind of cold cream and perfume or whatever women wore back then, and my mother was an English teacher. So she wrote things that were kind of very flowery. And so I see the date on it, and the date is the day that I went off to Navy SEAL training. And so she says, dearest Bill, she says, I just wanted you to know that as you head off to Navy SEAL training or to this harsh military training that I'm thinking about you, she says, but I don't understand why you are going to this harsh military training. She goes, you grew up living a country club life. And I'm like, we lived like 3 miles from a municipal golf course. And she goes on and she says, I don't understand. We're not at war. Da, da, da. And then she says, and oh, by the way, you're spoiled, underlined. I'm like, what? And my mother, who again grew up as part of the greatest generation, she thought I was this soft, entitled little snowflake. Me, on the other hand, I think I'm the toughest SOB that ever walked the face of the earth. And I'm getting ready to go to Navy SEAL training. Thank God I didn't read that letter before I went. I'm not sure I would have made it through. My mother thinking I was soft and entitled. But I think the point of the letter that drove home to me was, look, every generation thinks the next generation isn't as tough, isn't as good as they were. I got to tell you, like I said, I'm a huge fan of these young kids. I spend time with them every day. I also work for another company that's got a great young team. So whenever we worry about the fate of the country, if these kids continue to grow up, we're going to be just fine. Be just fine. Yeah.
That's a great note to end on.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Honored.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rick Atkinson with General David H. Petraeus.
Well, good morning to you all. It's great to be back in the big room. Wonderful to be in this part of the world, especially if you were on the East Coast, as I was. My wife accuses me of escaping the winter wonderland that has become Washington. And it really is a pleasure to do this. And I will be upfront and say that I asked Jamie if I could do it. You know, if you want something. And there's a reason for it. Rick and I go back quite a ways, initially to when he was doing a book on Desert Shield and Desert Storm, the Gulf War. And then, of all things, when I was commanding the 101st Airborne Division in 2003 and preparing for the fight to Baghdad and the liberation of Iraq from the murderous Saddam Hussein, he was my embedded reporter. And it was quite an experience. We're both exactly the same age. In fact, he was accepted at West Point to my class, but went in a different direction, as they say in the business world.
Saved the Army a lot of trouble.
Saved the Army trouble, yeah, that's right. But we have crossed paths innumerable times over the years. And one really quick vignette, as we were literally flying into combat, and my first time as a general, really in real combat, we entered the dust storm, and it was just horrific. I felt I had to get to the command post inside Iraq, from which that night I was supposed to command a huge attack helicopter assault, 72 Apaches. And so we pressed on. We had to refuel on the way there. The weather kept getting worse and worse and worse, and finally it was a complete whiteout. You could see nothing. I had the best pilots in the whole division, and they managed, without the kind of instruments you should have for that kind of flying, to get us to the right location. I remember my aide was constantly doing this on the plexiglass window, and I said, "Dave, it's outside, not inside." But my worst fear was that we were going to crash. We were all going to die except for Rick. And he was going to report in the Washington Post, his newspaper at that time, how insane we had been to try that particular trip. It was also, frankly, with him that I made a mistake without saying this is off the record before I said it, as I could see the assumptions who had been given for what was going to unfold during the fight to Baghdad and so forth. They were being invalidated one after the other, and I finally turned to Rick and I said, "Rick, tell me how this ends." That, of course, went into his book, which was a number 10 New York Times top 10 bestseller, and I heard that question again and again and again in every congressional testimony and confirmation hearing, and I've been meaning to thank you publicly for that ever since.
And
Thankfully,
my answer to you when you asked that pertinent question was, "You're the general, you tell me."
Well, look, this is extraordinary to have someone, a 3-time Pulitzer Prize winner. Truly rare distinction. Reflects it reflects more than his literary brilliance, although that is evident. It's really a deep commitment to truth and public service in journalism as well. He earned his first Pulitzer back in 1982 for his work at the Washington Post, his second as editor of a groundbreaking investigative series in 1999, and then in history, 2003, for An Army at Dawn, the first volume of his World War II Liberation trilogy. In fact, he learned about that when we were still riding out the dust storm halfway to Baghdad. He had better communications than we did. He had a little satellite radio or something that had been given to him by the Washington Post, and it was quite a poignant moment. He's written 8 books. They span 5 American wars, The Long Gray Line, about a West Point class of '66, Vietnam and the subsequent wars, Crusade, the one on the Persian Gulf War, In the Company of Soldiers, his chronicle of our time together during the fight to Baghdad. Then the Liberation trilogy, which really has become, I think, the definitive narrative of the U.S. Army's role in World War II. And now another trilogy, the Revolution trilogy, which brings to life the birth of our nation at a wonderful time, the 250th anniversary, and it has the same vivid storytelling and meticulous research that have been his hallmarks. His latest book, which we'll discuss today, The Fate of the Day, covers the middle years of the American Revolution, from Fort Ticonderoga to Charleston, and it really reminds us, I think, that history is not just about battles and treaties, but at the end of the day about people, especially leaders, choices they make, and what really is the fragile thread of democracy. For those of you who have read his works in the past, and I'm sure many here have, you know that his writing is immersive, it's intimate, and it is deeply human. He brings the past to life not just with facts, but with feeling, and his work truly has shaped how we understand the American military, our wars, our founding in this one, and ourselves. So please join me in welcoming a master of narrative history, a fellow traveler, and a dear friend, Rick Atkinson. So Rick, of course, I have to ask right up front, after you soldiered through the World War II trilogy, what led you to take on another trilogy of all things, and then why the American Revolution instead of, say, the Civil War?
Yeah, well, Civil War is fairly well trod ground, not that the Revolution and World War II are not. Well, and you and I have talked about what to do next in our lives, and thank you for being here. You've been my friend for a long time. As I was finishing Volume 3 of the trilogy about World War II, and I'm thinking about what to do next, and I kept thinking of Jack London's advice that a writer ought not wait for inspiration to strike, but ought to light out after it with a club. And so I took my club, and what I found was a story that has fascinated me since I was a kid. The story of our founding, our origin myth, so I decided that what I wanted to do was go back in time, 250 years ago, in part to understand how the origins of the Continental Army had formed the basis for the army that you helped to lead more than 200 years later, and then more particularly how we as a people got to where we are today. My feeling is that learning about the Revolution tells us something about who we are, where we came from, what our forebears believed, and what they were willing to die for. It's the most profound question any people can ask themselves. And it's a question that contemporaneously we should be willing to ask ourselves. What are you willing to die for? Because that's what they asked themselves every day for 8 years during the course of the Revolution. So here I am, 2/3 of the way through.
Slogging forward.
Soldiering
yes. On.
Yes.
This volume covers, of course, 1777 to 1780. Why did you choose this particular stretch of the war as the focus for The Fate of the Day? How did you divide this?
Well, the first book, The British Are Coming, starts really with the beginning of the war. Lexington conquered April 19th, 1775. The first 2 years of the war are very grim for the home team. General Washington takes command of the brand new Continental Army in Cambridge outside of Boston in July 1775. He's been out of uniform for 16 years. Imagine if you'd been out of uniform for 16 years and you go to take command of the 101st, you take command of the surge, there'd be a lot of catching up to do. And there was for him. He'd only been in uniform for 5 years as a Virginia militia colonel, always under superior British command. And there's a lot he did not know about cavalry, despite being, according to Jefferson, the greatest horseman of his age, about continental logistics, about artillery, and so on. So those first 2 years are watching Washington and his army and this new country come to grips with the fact that, first of all, it's going to be a long war. Everybody has assumed it's going to be a short war. The British really needed a short war because they're looking over their shoulders at their hereditary enemy, the French, knowing the French want nothing more than to stick it to the British. Also, the British are deeply in debt from the previous war against France and Spain. So after 2 years, it's clear that it's not going to be a short war. The middle years of the war, which this book is about, a lot happens. There's a lot of bloodshed. Brandywine, Germantown, the loss of Philadelphia, the fight for the Delaware River, the loss of Savannah. The book ends with an army of 5,000 men, American army, in Charleston. They're besieged by the British. They're trapped. They're destroyed. That army is completely obliterated. All those men are either killed or they go into British prison camps. That's May of 1780. Things look very dark for the cause at that point. So those middle years of the war are critical to understand how the war ultimately ends in our favor. It's when the French come into it. As a consequence of our first and greatest diplomat, Benjamin Franklin, who is sent to France. He's a septuagenarian at that time. It's his 12th trip across the Atlantic. And his job is to persuade a Roman Catholic absolute monarch, Louis XVI, to come in full force with an army and a navy and money and weapons on behalf of Protestant wannabe Republicans intent on armed rebellion against their lawful monarch.
And he made the sale.
Yeah, he made the sale. It's a heavy lift diplomatically, yes. He's brilliant at it. So that happens in those middle years of the war. And so the French are going to come in, and what had been a brush fire insurrection on the edge of the civilized world turns into a global war. It's fought on 4 continents, the 7 seas, and at the same time, it's a civil war. It's our first civil war with all the nastiness that implies.
In fact, I was going to ask you about that. You've said that it was America's first civil war. How does that framing change the way we should understand the conflict?
I think it's important, first of all, to know that it was a civil war, that, for example, the last couple of years of the war are almost entirely in the South, ending militarily at Yorktown in October 1781. The war, which right from the beginning has had elements of a civil war, brother against brother, father against son, Benjamin Franklin's son against his father. Ken Burns and I talked about that last night to some degree. And that intensifies because civil wars, as you know better than I do, tend to intensify. The bloodletting, the desire for vengeance, the fact that you can't retreat from the positions that you have staked out. So I think for us to understand, first of all, that it's a civil war, that the consequences of the revolution as a civil war helped to shape the country from the beginning. It also anticipates the Civil War, not in the causes of the conflict, but in the internecine fury of it. The violence of the revolution is something that we've kind of airbrushed out of our history books. It's extremely violent. There are lots of atrocities committed by both sides. If you are loyal to the king, you're subjected to confiscation, beatings, torture, exile, sometimes execution. That's what the Civil War qualities of this are about. And it's important to understand that, because it's important to understand that, first of all, this country is born from violence. It's a very violent people. And we see it first and foremost in the Revolution.
You and I have talked a number of times about how important it is for the strategic commander, the commander of a theater of war, to get the big ideas right, to craft the right strategy. And as we've discussed, there are numerous episodes in American history where it took far too long to get them right, or we never got them right. 13 years in Vietnam to craft the right, the 7 or 8 years in Afghanistan. Before the surge in Iraq, we had the wrong big ideas. Did the British have the right big ideas for fighting this war?
No. And I quote you often. My friend Petraeus says, if you don't get the big ideas right, it's hard to get the rest of it right.
It's hard to win.
It's hard to win. And first of all, they're waging a counterinsurgency. They don't know it's a counterinsurgency. They don't have the vocabulary for it, the vocabulary that you helped to give us. And they don't really have a notion of how to defeat a counterinsurgency. Yes, they've suppressed the Scots. Yes, they're going to suppress the Irish over and over again, But this kind of expeditionary war, where you have to go a long distance away, 3,000 miles across the open ocean in the age of sail, they have several strategic misconceptions that send them off in the wrong direction. First of all, they believe that there is a residual silent majority of Americans. There are 2.5 million Americans. 2 million of them are white, 500,000 of them are enslaved blacks. They believe that a majority of those white Americans are really loyal to the king and that they really want to be part of the British Empire. That's wrong. It's wrong, and modern scholarship shows that maybe 18 to 20% of white Americans are loyalists. That is not enough to do what they want to do. They believe that superior British firepower will cow the colonies, and that when you kill 8 men on Lexington Green, the rest of the colonies will say, oh, we can't have anything to do with that. And what it does is enrage the other colonies, and the other colonies, the other 12 colonies, say, if it can happen to them, it can happen to us. And then maybe the most significant strategic misconception, they believe that if the insurrection is permitted to succeed, it will encourage insurrections in Canada, in Ireland, in the Sugar Islands of the West Indies, where the real money is, in India, and it will be the beginning of the end of the British Empire, the first British Empire, which had been created in 1763 with their victory in the 7 Years' War. That's wrong. They're told that it's wrong by, for example, Adam Smith. Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, and he lays out quite specifically, you don't need this mercantilist system where you are extracting raw materials from your colonies, forcing them to buy the finished products, and basically keeping them under your heel to get where you want to go. You don't need that for British prosperity. International trade will do that for you, says Adam Smith, with or without tariffs. The king...
Audience is staying with us, by the way.
Yeah. The king, George III, your last king, doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't believe it. Majorities in both the House of Commons and the House of Lords in Parliament, they don't believe it either. A majority of the body politic in Britain, 9 million people, they don't believe it either. So what you've got is a persistence on the basis of these incorrect strategic notions that aren't get you where you want to go. It's hard to win, as you say.
Even though, as we were discussing just before coming out, hearts and minds, that phrase comes from this war. Clinton, I think it was. It
does. Henry Clinton, who's a British commander for longer than any other, for 4 years. He's the British commander-in-chief. And he writes in 1776, to win the hearts and subdue the minds of the Americans is the key to victory. It's not a Vietnam phrase. It comes out of the American Revolution. It comes out of the British commander recognizing that this is what you got to do. You know this better than anybody. You don't win the hearts and minds, you don't win. And they never figured out how to do that. Clinton knew intellectually that this was the key to success, but could never figure out how to effect it.
So the book opens with Fort Ticonderoga, ends in Charleston. Which battle or battles or campaign in this volume do you think best captures the essence of the war?
Well, one of my favorites is Germantown, which is just north of Philadelphia, and that battle is October 1777. Washington, who's not a particularly good tactical commander, as you and I have discussed, he doesn't see the battlefield spatially and temporally the way a great captain like Napoleon or Grant does. And he gets his butt kicked repeatedly, including at Long Island, the biggest battle of the American Revolution, August 1776, biggest battle in terms of the number of men involved. The guy had been a surveyor as a young man. You would think that he'd be attentive to ground. He never goes out and looks at that ground on Long Island near Brooklyn himself and doesn't realize he can get outflanked. And the British in the night go around, he wakes up in the morning and they're behind him. That's never good.
Very lucky to have gotten away with at least some of his troops.
Very lucky, yeah, with most of his army in providential fog across the East River. At Brandywine, which is southwest of Philadelphia, in September of 1777, same thing happens. Davy doesn't go out and look at the ground, and he doesn't realize he can be outflanked again, and this time they go around his right flank, and basically he wakes up in the morning, and again, the sons of bitches are behind him. And he very nearly loses the army again. He is nothing if not aggressive. And so right after this drubbing at Brandywine, he concocts this plan to go to Germantown. The British have taken Philadelphia. The army is just outside Philadelphia in Germantown. They're in bivouac there, and to launch a surprise attack. The plan is too complicated. There are 4 axes of attack. They've got to fall on Germantown simultaneously at dawn. Turns out again to be a very heavy fog and the smoke you can't see. It's kind of like us flying into a rock. It's that kind of murkiness. And what had been in the morning going to be a stellar victory, the British are surprised. It looks like they're going to drive them back into Philadelphia, and it falls apart, partly because Washington makes a poor tactical decision. There's a big house there that the British have barricaded. They're going to use it as a bastion, and Washington, in consultation with Henry Knox, his artillery chief, instead of going around them, isolating it, he decides to keep attacking, and the momentum of the attack falls apart. And the battle, which had been an American victory, turns into an American defeat. They're running for their lives. Germantown, to me, even though it's not the linchpin that Saratoga will be the same fall, to me, it evinces Washington's attributes as a commander. He's going to remain aggressive. He's going to learn from his mistakes. He's going to learn that the mystical bond between leader and led, which you know very well, is something he's really got to work at. And he shows up as a Virginian taking command of an army that is primarily New England militiamen. They're from different countries. And he privately talks about dirty New Englanders, and he's got nothing good to say about them. By this time, he is realizing the sacrifice they are making to fight at his side in the cause. That's a really important development in ultimate success. So when Frederick the Great hears about Germantown and reads an account of it, and when Louis XVI in Versailles read about it, they're impressed by Saratoga, but they're really impressed by Germantown because of the fact that they've taken a beating at Brandywine, and yet they come back and attack. And even though they're not successful, it suggests that they've got a willingness to die for their country. What are you willing to die for? They're answering that question every day. And at Germantown is one of the places where they answer that question.
Now, you write with real intimacy about figures like Washington, Greene, Benedict Arnold. Which character surprised you most during your research?
Well, it's an endless procession of people that, as I said last night, Tolstoy could not invent them. Washington is the long pole in the tent. He's the indispensable man. There's no question about that. He's extraordinary for a number of reasons, despite not being a particularly gifted tactician. Nathaniel Greene, how many people know who Nathaniel Greene is? That's not too many hands. Nathaniel Greene is second only to Washington as the indispensable man in the American Revolution. He's a Quaker, lapsed Quaker anchorsmith from Rhode Island who has almost no military experience, and he shows up at Cambridge about the same time Washington does with the Rhode Island contingent. He has been promoted from private to brigadier general overnight. It's an even faster ascent than yours, Dave. And Washington, who's got a great eye for subordinate talent, recognizes that this overweight 25-year-old Boston bookseller named Henry Knox is going to be the father of American artillery, and he also sees in Greene, this is somebody who can lead other men in the dark of night. Pretty important. And Greene, like Washington, has a big brain organized for executive action, willing to take responsibility, make decisions, exceptionally well organized. And at one point, he's going to be at Valley Forge. 2,000 American soldiers die at Valley Forge of typhus, typhoid, dysentery, some smallpox. It's a really bad winter. And the supply system is completely falling apart. Horses are starving to death by the hundreds. Soldiers are starving to death. And Washington turns to Greene and says, I need you to be my quartermaster general. Greene says, I don't want to. Nobody in history has ever heard of a quartermaster general, quote unquote. And Washington says, you got to do it. I need you to do this. And Greene, out of loyalty to Washington, loyalty to the Army, loyalty to the cause, takes it on. And for 2.5 years, he's a brilliant quartermaster general. He doesn't solve all the problems by any means, but he kind of staves off catastrophe. And then those last couple of years of the war, he's going to come back into field command, and he is the primary commander in the South. He is not at Yorktown, but he sets up Yorktown. So, and the last thing I'll say about him, he's a tragic figure because he ends the war broke, as so many of them did. He's married to this very alluring woman, Kati. Washington is clearly smitten with her. Washington never makes ribald jokes, but at one point to Kati Greene, he says, I'm going to steal you away from your preacher Quaker husband. That's very un-Washington-like.
Wow.
So Greene ends the war broke. Congress gives him confiscated Loyalist lands, plantations in Georgia in compensation for his losses and thanks for his service. They move to Georgia. I think it's June 1786. He's out on the plantation. It's really hot. He's a New Englander. He doesn't know. You got to wear a hat, sunblock, all that stuff. And he dies of sunstroke. So he's not there as Knox is. Knox is going to be Washington's first Secretary of War. He's not there to be part of the Constitutional Convention. He's not there to be one of the founders. Where is he? He's buried in Savannah. Next time you go to Savannah, go visit his grave. It's in the center of the city. So I think Greene is a very important and underappreciated character.
And what happens to Benedict Arnold? He goes from being the hero of the battle in Saratoga, Ticonderoga, to a turncoat.
A turncoat is synonymous with treason. Yeah, what happens to Benedict Arnold? People have been trying to figure that out for 250 years. I'm trying to figure that out. He is, again, somebody born to lead other men in the dark of night. Washington, again, recognizes that this guy will fight. And he shows it right from the beginning. He's a Connecticut middle-class kid, we would say today. His father drank away the family fortune. Benedict was supposed to go to Yale. Instead, he becomes an apprentice to an apothecary. And then he starts his own business. He hangs out his shingle, Dr. Arnold. He is not a doctor. And he's quite successful at it. And when the war starts, he's been in Connecticut militia. He's going to lead the right wing of the invasion of Canada in 1775. This is the semi-quincentennial of our invasion of Canada. Washington has given him that job. First time they meet, he says, you know, you take the right wing. It's one of the most extraordinary feats of arms by the American Army ever, through the Maine wilderness in the late fall of 1775 to get to the gates of Fortress Quebec. And that's the last British stronghold in Canada. And the attack on Quebec fails. General Montgomery, his superior officers, killed. Arnold is badly wounded in the knee. He's going to recuperate. He's going to come back at Saratoga. He is at the cannon's mouth at both battles of Saratoga. He's the main battlefield hero. He's shot in the same leg. Left leg, badly shot this time. He's in the hospital for months. He gets out of the hospital. His left leg is 2 inches shorter than it had been. And all that time in the hospital, he's been brooding. And he's a brooder. And he's got grievances. Some of them legitimate. He believes that he's underappreciated by Congress. It's true. Lesser men are promoted ahead of him. And he's just feeling that I'm not appreciated. Washington appreciates him. There's no doubt about that. But And then he's going to marry. He can't ride a horse because of his leg. And he's given the military governorship of Philadelphia. And he meets a woman named Peggy Shippen. She's from a loyalist family. And Peggy helps to turn him completely. She gets blamed sometimes in a way that's not entirely fair because he makes his own decisions. But she's the conduit to his contacts with the British in New York, and he begins this treasonous correspondence. He wants money. He's also broke. He wants 10,000 pounds, which is real money in those days. And he wants rank in the British Army. And when he tries to give away the plans to West Point, the most important strategic fortress in America, and of course that falls apart when his British contact, John Andre, is captured and executed. And Arnold gets away, and he's made a brigadier general in the British Army, and he comes back in a red uniform, and he's hell on wheels. He is sent to the Chesapeake Bay region, and he's bad news. He attacks his own native Connecticut and burns towns. By this point, he's completely flipped, obviously. Trying to understand what's in that dark heart is hard. It's really difficult. He never really explains himself. He writes several letters to Washington as he has fled down the Hudson River to New York, trying to explain himself. It's very unconvincing. Washington is, to say he's shocked, is an underestimation of the true depth of his feeling of betrayal. And Washington wants nothing more than to catch him and hang him. He spends the rest of the war trying to catch Arnold so he can string him up.
Tragic figure. Look, you spent time in the British archives. You even worked in Windsor Castle. What insights did you gain from that about the last king of America, King George III, and the British perspective on the war?
Yeah, and your co-author, Andrew Roberts, Lord Roberts, has written a very fine biography of George III. Well, first of all, yes, I did. Queen Elizabeth II opened up to outside scrutiny in early 2016 the Georgian papers, which she owns as part of a project to catalog and digitize the papers of all four Georges who became king in the 18th and 19th centuries. And I was among the first allowed in to take a look in the whole month of April 2016. And I would climb the 102 stone steps and 21 wooden stairs to the garret of the Round Tower, begun by William the Conqueror in the 11th century. And that's where George III's papers are kept. What do you find in those papers? He's not the tyrant that Jefferson calls him in the Declaration of Independence. He's not the royal brute that Thomas Paine calls him in Common Sense. He's not the sinister ninny who prances across the stage in Hamilton every night, singing "You'll Be Back." He's a constitutional monarch. He's a patriot king. He's a great patron of the arts and sciences. He's a child of the Enlightenment. But he's got these strategic misconceptions, and he's ornery, and he's stubborn, and he's set in his ways. But he believes that if the Americans are permitted to detach themselves from the empire, it's the beginning of the end of the empire. He believes that to the end. John Adams is our first minister to the court of St. James when the war ends, and he has an interview with the king. And the king says to him, "I was the last to give it up." And that's true. He's the last to give it up. And so that's what you find in the papers. You see that George is a loving husband. He's married this obscure, drab German princess, Charlotte, as in Charlottesville, Virginia, Charlotte, North Carolina. He had the marriage bedroom decorated with 700 yards of blue damask and large basins of goldfish because, Dave, nothing says I love you like a bowl of goldfish.
I'm with you.
Valentine's Day coming up, guys. And in those papers, you see that George is a loving husband. That's not always the case among 18th century monarchs. And through all this, he is looking for the right path for the monarchy, for his government. He's very solicitous of Parliament. He's not an absolute monarch. and for the empire. So that's what you find in those papers.
So you've described Valley Forge as a winter of misery. What did you uncover about the Continental Army's resilience during this time?
Yeah, you know better than anybody. It's a resilient beast, isn't it?
Yep.
I mean, it's quite remarkable. So Valley Forge, winter of 77, 78. Valley Forge is 20 miles west of Philadelphia. The British have Philadelphia, and they are having a very nice winter in Philadelphia. They're warm, comfortable, well-fed, and so on. Washington has picked Valley Forge because it's close enough to Philadelphia to keep an eye on the British and to harass their efforts to gather food and forage. And also the terrain is well suited to defense. You can get across the Schuylkill if you need to escape. You can build enough fortifications that would be very hard to attack. But it's awful. The winter is not that bad, as it turns out. It didn't snow that much, and it's kind of a normal Pennsylvania winter. The winter 2 years later, 79-80, is going to be the harshest winter on record in North America. But Valley Forge, they don't really, first of all, they have to build huts. There are 19,000 soldiers, and they show up at Valley Forge in the middle of December, and they got nothing. They got nothing. And they are literally, in many cases, thousands of cases, barefoot. They got no shoes. Washington spends more time than you can possibly imagine thinking about shoes.
Yep.
Not to mention the rest of the, almost none of them have real uniforms.
Yeah.
And so the difficulties begin from day one at Valley Forge. The predominant odor of Valley Forge is rotting livestock carcasses, because the horses, the cattle are dying, the men are dying, 2,000 men die. The burial details are incessant. As a leadership challenge for Washington, Greene, Knox, the rest of them, it's extraordinary. Washington is there with them, as he is every winter. Martha's there with him. Martha spends almost every winter with the Continental Army, sharing the hardships of it. That, among other things, signals something to the troops, right? You're the last to eat when you are the commander of troops. You're the last to go to sleep. You take care of them first. Washington gets that. And that makes a difference in troop morale and so on. Nevertheless, desertion is a huge problem. At one point, while at Valley Forge, he says, we shall be obliged to detach one half of the army to go out and bring back the other half. It's like that. Yeah. Nevertheless, as a consequence of Greene's ministrations and supply, there's this very unusual German character who shows up and becomes the inspector general and teaches them basic soldiering traits and so on. When they come out of Valley Forge, when the winter quarters end, and it's the late spring of 78, they're ready to fight. They're ready to fight, and they're pissed off. That's not bad.
It's a good thing.
It is a good thing. Yeah, you want them to take it out on somebody, and you want them to take it out on the British. And so Washington, right away, the British evacuate Philadelphia. They've spent the winter there, and now they're giving it up, and they're marching to New York. And Washington attacks them at Monmouth in New Jersey, Freehold, better known as the hometown of Bruce Springsteen. But again, his native aggression comes out, and that army is, we've had this miserable winter. 2,000 of us have died. It's been awful in every possible respect. Now let's get on with it. And that's what they do. So it's a tribute to the army that I know.
And to their leaders.
And to their leaders.
The fortitude of Washington is one of his greatest qualities. Look, you write, again, with vivid detail. Your work has always been distinguished for that. So is there a moment or a scene from the book that you found especially powerful or moving?
There are many of them, Dave. At Valley Forge, there's a sergeant from Connecticut, and he's been serving the cause in uniform, or what passes for a uniform, since the beginning, since Lexington and Concord. And he gets a letter from his wife. She's at home in Pomfret. And she tells him that of their 4 children, 3 of them have just died of typhus, all of them under the age of 6. And she writes in this extraordinarily moving, powerful letter about Chester, their young son, who's not yet 3. He had his senses till the last. And the last thing he said was, "I'm a-coming, I'm a-coming, I'm a-coming." Well, we can imagine, you can imagine, what that's like for that sergeant. He continues to do his duty. He stays at Valley Forge. He keeps at it. But he's a-coming too. And in a year, he will be dead. And his wife writes to his parents, to her in-laws, when she gets news of his death and says, "Bone of your bone and flesh of your flesh is no longer among the living, but is congregated with the dead." She's a widow with 1 surviving child. That's what war's like. Every war. And that kind of scene over and over again. In this war, in every war. So there are moments like that that I think are really important for people to understand the level of sacrifice, the level of misery, and how it's not just on the battlefield. It ripples out through home life, through the community, and those are lives that will be shattered forever.
Well, to bring this to a close, as we look ahead to the final volume, what themes or turning points do you expect to explore for us as the revolution moves towards its conclusion?
You know, Dave, we're the beneficiaries of an enlightened political heritage handed down to us from that revolutionary generation. And it includes personal liberties and strictures on how to divide power and keep it from concentrating in the hands of authoritarians who think primarily of themselves. We cannot be oblivious to this priceless heritage or the hundreds of thousands who've given their lives to affirm and sustain it over the past 250 years. That's the essence of the revolution. That's the essence of what they gave us through 8 years of suffering, 8 years of misery, 8 years of war and civil war. So those are themes that I expect to come to fruition in the 3rd volume.
Well, we look forward to it, Rick. And let me just say again what a privilege it's been to share this time with my old embedded reporter, whose work reminds us that history is not just a record of what happened. As we've heard here today, it's a mirror that reflects who we are today. His writing has long been a gift to our national memory, and his presence today has been a gift to all of us. So, Rick, thank you for your insight, your eloquence, and your enduring dedication.
Thank you.
Privilege.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Charles Blow, Senator Barbara Boxer, David Jolly, and Stuart Stevens, with Robert Shrum.
Jamie arranges those stairs so they work for me. The title of this panel is One Down, Three to Go. Obviously a reference to Trump's span in office. But as my friend and the CNN anchor Alex Michelson instantly responded when I said on his CNN show last week that the first year felt like 5 years, he replied, no, feels like 10. Indeed, maybe the past 12 months could be seen as FDR's first 100 days in reverse. In any event, let me start with this question to all of you. We'll begin with Charles. This year we mark, as the festival notes, the 250th anniversary of the American experiment. Do you think we will still be a democracy, at least a full-fledged one, when America turns 260, or for that matter, 275 years old?
Well, first, thank you for being here. Not a big thank you for the first question, because I hate the first question. But I will say it is impossible to know, and that is the answer that should freak you out. It could be. Barbara and I were talking backstage about how the country has met many moments, and it looked treacherous, and the country came through those moments, and maybe that gives people some optimism. The problem with that, for me, however, is that we didn't know in the middle of those moments that we would make it through, and that none of the threats that we were facing before were of the same magnitude as the threat you face today. Either it was sectoral, one region against another, maybe it was a localized figure, a localized group, maybe it was a part of an administration going rogue. This is a different thing, it feels to me. Even in the worst of times, it felt like there was a sense that people wanted to be remembered, wanted history to remember them positively, that was at the root of it somewhere a sense that their version, their vision for what the country was what was driving them, not that they wanted to destroy it. And all of that feels to be present now. I've been spending a lot of time writing a new book and thinking about how people have dealt with struggle, and how we kind of misremember a lot of that struggle. We think about the Montgomery bus boycott, and we think like because they stuck it out, they won. That ended because of a ruling by the Supreme Court. We got Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act, because movement of Congress after massive violence, after the killing of Medgar Evers and the Freedom Riders, and then the big one was JFK. You got the passage of the Fair Housing Act only after the killing of Martin Luther King, and LBJ basically said, we got to get something good out of this. It's never, in the moment, it never feels like gonna win, and it's never assured. So I think, again, to cut this off and not to ramble on too long, the fact that we don't know is the scariest part of that.
Barbara, are you nostalgic for Richard Nixon?
From time to time. I'm a little bit more optimistic. That's kind of the way I am. And we did chat. One of the good things about being old is, the first good thing is you're old and you made it, but the second thing is you've lived through so many things, and you don't have to read about it. You saw it, you lived it. And, learning about Anne Frank when I was a little girl, and seeing McCarthyism hurting so many people. My own dad went to law school when he was 40. When he went to get his degree, they said, do you read Karl Marx? and they threatened him that maybe he wouldn't be able to practice law. And then, you know, it goes on, the civil rights movement, seeing the dogs attack children who want to go to school, kill people. The Vietnam War. I mean, a lot of you are nodding because a lot of you have gone through it. The picture of the girl hovering over a dead student shot by the National Guard. And it goes on and on and on. So a lot of those moments you felt, we'll never survive, we won't make it. And we made it. So I'm not going to go on because we don't have, there's so many brilliant people on this stage. I'm so grateful to be with them. But I will say what I think is going to save us, should we be saved, and I think we're going to be saved, the social media, which I always disdain, the fact that we see what is happening, and anyone with a heartbeat and a pulse sees the truth of what is happening, sees in their mind, and I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand, but certain images, the little boy in the blue hat, the look on his face, the gentleman being thrown out of his house with just his undershorts into minus 11-degree temperature, the woman going to a doctor's appointment, thrown out of her house, not to mention the killings that we've seen. We see this, and people of goodwill, even a little goodwill, see this, and we have the midterms. So I'm ever the optimist.
David, you optimistic? Is this just another chapter in the unfolding American story, or is it different?
No, I have real concern that the nation hangs in peril, democracy hangs in peril, and the tools we have to save it are limited, I think is the biggest concern. And a couple of just very quick points, because I agree that, you know, what Senator Boxer and what Charles have described are inflection points. I think Minnesota is an inflection point that is maybe rivaled during the Trump years only by January 6th, where we allow ourselves to think about our national identity more than our party. And Minnesota now matters, not just in Minnesota, but across the country. Minnesota matters in the midterms now because how you see leaders distill it becomes a reflection not of party but of national identity. And unfortunately, look, I'm a candidate for governor now in the state of Florida. Florida is now within reach again, and one of the reasons I knew this cycle was the right opportunity to emerge back into politics is because the chaos that has been wrought by the president on the country, the level of division, even if you support the president, we have to recognize the level of division right now has people looking and screaming for change and asking for the next chapter. And so in that space where I'm optimistic is, you know, politics, we typically litigate it by thinking about the candidates, but a lot of times we have to realize it's a mirror upon ourselves. What we do this November is not a reflection of the president, it's a reflection of us. And what I have seen and what we continue to see in the special elections is we are saying as a country that this is not who we are. We are saying as a country that we believe in better. We believe we can renew the next chapter. And so in that area, I'm very optimistic. One of my underlying concerns, though, just very briefly, and we won't litigate this. Look, I'm a proud Florida Democrat. I'm not a reluctant Democrat. But what I'm about to say was informed by my 6 years as an independent. I worry about the ability to save democracy in an era of American history where we have so constructed democracy around a two-party system and where 40% of the nation identifies as no-party affiliates. How we can build a coalition to save democracy when we have so entrenched a two-party system that is limited in its capabilities to represent the entire country. Now that presents an opportunity, I believe, for Democrats coming out of the midterms. Should we perform as we believe we are going to, we've got 2 years to prove fidelity to the American people that we're capable of addressing this moment.
Okay, we've heard twice now about the midterms. So Stuart, I want to focus on that because I think it's the first critical test. How confident are you that the midterms will be free and fair, that mail-in ballots will not be suppressed or left uncounted after the election, that federal agents won't seize ballots, the governors won't refuse to certify winners, and Congress won't refuse to seat them, or that something else won't be deployed to overturn the results?
Yeah, well, let me start by saying one of the things we can do for the midterms is to support David Jolly running for governor in Florida. So, everybody out there, y'all should go on his website. You should think about donating. You should support him.
Thank you.
It's, I can't, that could decide the 28 election. Because as someone who worked for Bush, we've seen who's governor of Florida can make a difference.
Yeah, I know that too.
So let's get this guy over the hurdle into the governorships. I think all those things are going to happen, but I think that it won't be enough. I mean, if you look at the margins in New Jersey and Virginia in the recent governor's races, you know, I've worked for Republican governors in both those states, so these aren't crazy, you know, left-wing states. Even New Jersey, I worked for Chris Christie. It's not a super liberal state. And the margins were huge. I mean, those are states that normally are very close. And I think any illusion that existed for a brief while that the 24 race was a realignment race for the Republican Party, which I always thought was nonsense, is, you know, that coalition has completely shattered for Republicans. So I think it's going to be a big election. I think it's going to be a wave election. And I think all those things are going to happen, but I don't think there's going to be enough to tilt the outcome of it.
So in the end, the Democrats...
I think the Democrats are going to win and win big.
And then we restore some kind of balance in the democracy.
Well, that's going to be up to the Democrats. I mean, that's another whole discussion. I think it's really important the Democrats realize that the Republican Party is not a traditional American party anymore. It's an extremist movement. And you can't operate like you used to operate. You have to be about the business of prosecuting the criminality that's going on now. I mean, we should all be talking about what structure is going to be erected after the Trump administration, or as soon as we can in the Trump administration, to hold Kristi Noem, to hold Stephen Miller accountable. These people need to be prosecuted and tried. And there is a roadmap involving state attorney generals. But I think it's really important that we not shy away from that, the Democratic Party not shy away from that. And yes, it'll be called partisan, but that's only because Republicans won't join. So I hope that Democrats get in. It's not about restoring anything. It's about reform. And that would make a big difference. Okay,
I want to talk about Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller, and all that's going on here. But first I want to talk about overseas. Can any of you discuss the purported purchase or takeover of Greenland, which I at first thought was a joke? I myself am skeptical that Congress would appropriate the $100 billion or more necessary to acquire the place. Maybe it's a fantasy, but given the reaction of Denmark, Europe, and Canada, and the Greenlanders themselves, it looks like this episode has done incredible damage to the NATO alliance, to the defense of Ukraine against Russian aggression, to the security of Taiwan from China, and the overall viability of the American-built post-war order, world order. I mean, what's going on? Barbara?
Yeah. Having served on Foreign Relations Committee for many years in the Senate, this is so insane. I mean, thank you. That's my relative. So, thank you so much. It almost, I watch Lawrence O'Donnell, who I think is terrific, and he basically says, don't even talk about this. It's so stupid. And it's a diversion from Epstein. And we cannot forget that, all of us, how panicked they are about the Epstein situation. So every day it's something else, every day. We know that, right? Before I'm going to show how old I am, I still listen to the radio. And in the morning I say to Stu, put on NPR, and I just sit there waiting to see what's happening. This is the craziest thing. But I'll say this, there is no way this is happening with Congress. There is no way, not even, I don't even think there's a handful of Republicans who support this. But beyond that, we are losing the leadership that we have, the trust that we have built up ever since World War II because of this nonsense We are a member of NATO. Denmark is our friend. They sent people to die side by side with us in Afghanistan. And now we're threatening them, and we're threatening Canada. So it is going to take, I mean, you know I'm an optimist, but it is going to take years of everyone working together to gain back that leadership. This is insane. Stu and I went to Greenland. It's this little idyllic place where you sit and watch the ice melt from climate change. No, you sit on the banks and you watch the ice melt. Some of you have been there. And then Trump says there's no climate change. So, Bob, this is insane. I think it's a diversion. It's very hurtful. It's stupid. We're the laughing stock of the world. And that's it.
Before I get to the home front, does anybody else want to comment on this? On what's happened to U.S. leadership in the world?
The only lens I would provide, because I think this is also part of what's informing our national conscience and voter behavior, is we are mocked on the world stage now. We are mocked on the world stage. The security risk is that we have disrupted the Western security order with a motivation that people are either suspicious, is it the raw vanity of the president, or is it because of a sympathy with Russia? And he continues to give us reasons to be suspicious of that. So it is impacting our world standing in that we are mocked, but it's impacting our domestic politics because it is eroding confidence that maybe was already fragile in the current president. And that is translating then to voter behavior in the midterms.
Yeah. Here at home, we've witnessed selective attempts to punish blue states by withholding legally appropriated funds. It's called rescissions of funds, rescissions that are clearly unconstitutional, a concerted strategy to bring universities, law firms, corporations to heel, the renaming of national treasures like the Kennedy Center, the destruction of the East Wing in favor of a Mar-a-Lago ballroom. The Rose Garden, by the way, has been replaced with cement and umbrellas that are modeled after the umbrellas at Mar-a-Lago. Despite all the rules about federal protections for our national heritage, and worst of all, in my view, we've experienced official murder in the streets of Minneapolis. What happened to the guardrails here that were designed to prevent or regulate our system? And how can we restore them? You want to start, Stuart?
Well, look, I think our system evolved so that it was dependent upon both parties to have a circuit breaker function. And, you know, I think it's an interesting exercise. What would have happened if George Wallace had been the Democratic nominee? The Democratic Party would not have supported George Wallace. If John Kerry in 2004 had a very close election, people forget, you know, Bush didn't declare victory until the next day because of Ohio. If Kerry had said, actually, I won Ohio, and refused to accept it, the Democratic Party would have taken his head off. They would have said, you're out of your mind. You're destroying yourself. The New York Times would have attacked him. When Trump did it, everybody knew it was a lie. And we now know without a doubt Fox knew it was a lie, and all these, and they went along with it. So I think that there's been something that happened within the Republican Party that we did, and I was very much part of it. We developed a system that rewarded compliance. That rather than leadership, it was waiting your turn, it was going along. And you do this for decades, you have kind of a genetic experiment, you end up with these senators. So these guardrails really only operate if you have both parties who believe in some kind of principle. And the Republican Party has, to my astonishment, we're the pro-Putin party, we're the pro-terrorist party. Republicans are losing their mind over a guy, New York mayor, maybe get 5 city-owned grocery stores, and we're nationalizing Intel. I mean, there is no conservative party in America, and this is what it's great. It really is up to the Democratic Party, which is really, I mean, I spent years pointing out flaws in the Democratic Party, but it's the only pro-democracy party in America now.
Yeah. I want to let other people comment on the question I asked. I do have to say, because I was there, John Kerry didn't think for 1 nanosecond about challenging the results in Ohio. And Al Gore, who at least you could argue had a more plausible basis for challenging the results, conceded, and he conceded because he said the rule of law and the constitutional system in this country is more important than anyone else's success. But Charles, you want to talk about the guardrails, about what we've seen in Minneapolis, about what this is doing to the country?
You keep saying you're the optimist. I hate to be put in a position of being the pessimist, but the way I see what's happening is through a pessimistic lens. You were saying before that if Democrats take control, they have to be more reformist than restorationist. But it's an impossibility. It is truly the next administration, whoever it is, Republican or Democrat, are going to be dealing with all of what is being wrought just in the first year, let alone 3 years, just trying to set that back to right. Whether it's the European our relationship with Europe, whether it's guardrails around profiteering and grifts, whether it is prosecution of people. Forget about, you mentioned Epstein's file before. There are human beings doing this redacting. People have seen these names. If a Democratic administration gains control, you will now be able to look at what was redacted and figure out what should actually be in the public domain. All of that will happen at one time. And the way our political system is set up, the Republicans will immediately start to say, overreach, punishing your enemy, weaponizing the justice system, and you'll hear that for 2 years. You'll go into a midterm, and that will be a leading kind of political stance of the Republicans. And the way that America is evolving, people no longer have the patience for 2 and 4 year cycles. They want more response, they want more change more immediately. And the system is not set up to give them that. The system is set up to be gradual and glacial. And so everyone's always frustrated. Liberals are frustrated because we can't stop him. Well, that's not the way the system is set up. The system is set up to have deliberative processes, to go to court. All of this takes time. It also requires, as you mentioned before, to have parties, when we heard Ken Burns last night say, the farmers would be shocked and disappointed that the legislature had abdicated. Absolutely, because that was part of their guardrail, and it's gone. And so now, every time we go to the polls, everyone's frustrated. They didn't work. The reason that the Democrats have so low ratings is not because people don't like their policies, it's because they can't automatically, with the swing of a wand, change what's happening, because that's not the way the system is set up. That's also a part of the reason that we should be teaching more civics. No one understands how the government works. They think you can just stop things. They think you can just change things on a dime because they see things being destroyed on a dime.
Barbara, you more hopeful?
Let me think for a minute. Yes, I am. No, look, everything you say is so true. I mean, remember we used to learn as kids, justice delayed is justice denied. Everything is delayed. The court, by the time they take up the case, you forgot what happened in the first place. It's slow. But I'll tell you my view. If I'm right on this, and there's a chord that's been touched with a lot of people of both parties, and remember, as Dave pointed out, and God, I hope you win, David. I'm going to help you if I can. I don't want to lose your votes, is the point I'm making. Sometimes I'd say to a candidate, maybe if I stay away, that's better. But here's the thing, and this is why I still feel in my heart something big is going to happen in these midterms, assuming we don't see Trump try to stop. He's going to have a hard time doing it because the elections are run by the states and the counties. It's hard for them to mess it up. But if I'm right about this, and these images that we all have right now in our brains about what's happening on the ground, and the fact that we haven't discussed the economy, it's awful. And a guy who says, I'm going to lower prices on, day one, and the prices aren't being lowered. There are a lot of people who are hurting, and the job situation is weak. And all of that combined, assuming Stuart's right, and we have this banner year, and we do have a wave, a tsunami, a big wave, I think things will happen sooner. But I do think, Charles, you ring out a warning sign. There's so many things. We have to be careful. You can't do everything. You have to be smart. You have to do it all, but you have to do it right. And first and foremost, take care of what's happening to the American people and make them safe and make them secure economically. And those things are critical. And of course, everything around it, the justice system. So again, if this is true, and I'm right, and they don't mess up this election, and it's this huge tsunami, and I do want to salute former Republicans who are sitting here. I say this really almost close to tears, because I know what it is to go against your party. I did it a couple of times myself, on a couple of war resolutions, and I was shunned, and on a couple of trade deals, even with my darling Barack Obama, I didn't like it. Now, he was mad. And I know you take those slings and arrows. I know the threats. I know what's happening today. And I have said from day one to my husband, the Republicans will save us. And we have two of them here who are doing that. And I just wanted to pay tribute to that.
Very kind. Thank you, Senator. I want to add a little bit of a lens on, I don't know if it's optimism, but it's opportunity, what the opportunity is, and then a little bit of a charge. I've done probably 200 town halls across the state of Florida. For those who remember Lawton Childs, I'm doing what he did. I'm driving, not walking. He's a governor who walked the entire state. I'm not doing that. I'm driving. But I want to share with you a little bit of optimism around this. When I mentioned earlier that I think coming out of Minnesota, it has allowed us to distill this moment with clarity, despite the confusion and the overwhelming of our senses every day when we see the chaos and the division. Minnesota did something for us that has allowed us to distill something. And I waited about 48 hours in Florida before commenting on Minnesota. One, I think it's always important to let the law enforcement information come in, let the data come in before we just reflexively respond. But I was personally struggling with this, right? What does this mean? What does this mean for us? How do we talk about it? And I say this with a little bit of quiet rage. Look, by some accounts, was the first Republican in Congress to stand up and call on Donald Trump to step out of the race. This was in 2015. I've made my views known of this. Stuart and I have watched this journey, along with others, of how the Republican Party has negotiated themselves around support for the president. My personal conviction, it's the wrong direction for the country. But the words that I ended up taking into the event that night is, yes, we have to choose the right side of history in this moment. We have to choose the right side of history. We know what we saw. Someone who was disarmed practicing civil disobedience was then shot 10 times and left murdered on the street and then mocked as a domestic terrorist by this White House. And we know that's wrong, and the rage we feel. But what I was distilling in that moment is this moment where we feel the rage is a result of 10 years of what I have seen as feckle, weak, fearful Republican leaders. And so what it means on the national conscience, the optimism that change is within reach, is people can think outside of the party and just say, wait a minute, Minnesota is the result of 10 years of our leaders going along with it. And so if it is a result of our leaders going along with it, then we need new leaders. We need new leaders. And what we are seeing in our elections currently, all of the special elections, is that voters are turning out asking for new leadership. Understand, Democrats, as the party out of power, are outperforming by 15 and 20 points across the country, not because we're registering more Democrats, but because more voters are simply asking for new leaders. More Democratic voters are turning out, independents are moving towards Democrats, and disaffected Republicans are performing for Democrats because we're desperate for change. And so in that desperation, we're looking for an opportunity. As Democrats, then, our job is to provide that platform. But the charge I would give you is, folks, My wife and I have a 6-year-old and 4-year-old. I'm 53. They're 6 and 4, and I'm 53. Every day's a Monday. My daughter...
That's a great one.
My daughter doesn't want me to run for governor. She doesn't want me to run. She wants her dad home. She's actually said, can we find another Democrat to run? So at least I know we're raising a good Democrat in our house. But I said to her one night, I was reading to her, she started crying. She said, Dad, please don't do this. Please don't do this. Now, the raw indictment I felt in that moment for all of us is a 6-year-old child looks at American politics and says, it's mean and it's vile and it's vicious and it's ugly and it's divisive. Dad, please don't do this. When I was 6, I was looking at the Reagan-Carter race aspirationally. I didn't understand it, but I understood it as this experiment in civics and American politics. My daughter's saying, don't do it. And what I said to her in that moment, and I believe it was Providence, the words that came to me, I said, sweetheart, when you have a chance to change the world, you take it. You take it. We don't know what's been ordained. We don't know what's been ordained. We don't know how it turns out. We don't know how hard the system is going to fight us back. But when you have a chance to change the world, you take it. And in this moment of raw national division where the country and democracy are in peril and it feels like it's falling apart around us, we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice, folks. I don't care what's on your voter registration card today. If you're a Republican, an independent, or a Democrat, I've been one. I got it. I get it. We don't have a moment. We don't have a choice in this moment. We've got a shot to change the world when what we're seeing are the streets of Minnesota. And if we don't take that shot, then we fail to do what I promised my daughter, and I know for your kids and grandkids, we owe them as well. We've got a shot to change the world. Charles Wright. Every day it seems like even if we win, can we really do something with it? Well, we don't know until we win, and we got to get out there and do it.
Yeah. Stuart, I want to follow up before I move on with one question, because you worked for so many successful Republican candidates.
Yeah, you don't have to rub it in.
Well, you know, you could talk about 2004 and rub it in because we lost Ohio. Look, members of a president's party, from FDR to Kennedy to LBJ to Obama, Biden, Reagan, Bush, all dissented on some issues with the White House. Why don't some of these Republicans, I mean, there is a handful, there are very few, why don't more of these Republicans, who I know don't believe in a lot of this stuff, why don't they stand up and say, I'm not for this and I'm not going along with it?
Yeah. Well, first, when David talks about he waited a couple of days and came out, when you get out of here, you should go on YouTube and look at his speech. A lot has been said about what happened in this horrible tragedy, this murder. But with David Jolly's speech, I think he's really going to stand for the ages. And it was just standing up there, contemporaneous, right, no notes, just straight passion like you just heard. And, you know, as a political consultant, you look at this and you go, this is rare. This is big stuff. So,
thank you.
No, it's really true. Something in Florida can really happen that's important. You know, as I said, I think something happened in the Republican Party that when we became a majority white party overwhelmingly, 1956, Eisenhower got 39% of the black vote. 1964, Goldwater got 7%. You cut to the last election in Virginia, you had an African-American candidate who was a Republican nominee. She got 7%. That's pretty much a flat line. And when we failed, and when I worked for Bush, and Carl was a big part of this, we admitted that was a failure. I mean, Ken Millman went in front of the NAACP and apologized, who's chairman of the party and ran Bush's campaign, apologized for the Southern strategy. Does that mean something? I think it does. And I think that what we did in the Republican Party was to reward just how you win and not why you win. And that draws a certain kind of candidate. And, you know, I never thought about it. I was just in the winning business. I felt good if I won. I felt bad if I lost. That was it. And now you have a party that doesn't have a room for a Cheney. I mean, really? I mean, it's extraordinary. And I don't think it's going to change. And I don't get this idea that people are, worried about getting primaried and stuff. If you look at Roger Wicker from Mississippi, I've known Roger all my life. We were pages together in Washington. My dads were friends. I worked for Roger, helped get him elected. He just got reelected. He's not up till the end of the decade. And so, this is somebody who wanted to be chairman of the Armed Services Committee all his life. I mean, like 1920, the rest of us wanted to be like rock and roll stars or NFL. He wanted to be chairman of the Armed Services Committee. And now he is, and what is his first thing? He issues in Pete Hegseth. And Pete Hegseth's not somebody I think Roger Wicker would have let cut his lawn, literally. This weird guy with tattoos who drinks, who's got you want him around the house? No. And I find it incredibly depressing, but very telling. And, they say we can't talk about World War II in Germany, but I think that the parallels, not that it's going to end up the same, but I think it's extraordinarily the same. And I look at what's happened in the Republican Party, and I'll never ask myself, how did this happen in Germany again? It's the same pattern of people doing what they know is wrong and being able to buy it in a moment.
There's one other guardrail, or at least supposed to be a guardrail, that I think we have to mention, and that's the Supreme Court. Do you think the court at last will act to rein in at least some of what's happening? Or is it likely to be a willing partner in the remaking of America? Charles, I'm going to start with you again, unfair as that is.
That wasn't the question I wanted to ask. It looks to me like they're going to be willing participants in this. And I think even many of the lower and circuit courts are kind of baffled at what's coming from the Supreme Court, and in many of the cases, they're not even writing opinions, so you don't really know what the rationale is for the movement. So I want to say that on that, and other smart people can answer that question. But I do want to say this before our time is up here. This is why we need to search the hearts of America, and all of us need to search our hearts. America was willing to tolerate and abide the cruelty of other people. And that is what Donald Trump was saying he was going to do, and everybody was like, it's fine with me. And for months, they let this happen. People were disappearing to black sites, being deported to third countries. We saw brown people all over America disappearing, people crying, and it did not
and
move.
Justice Kavanaugh actually saying
right.
it's okay to stop somebody
it's okay to do it
because of their race.
And it wasn't until Minnesota that people said enough. That hurts, because we had been in Minnesota before in 2020 with a horrible death. And it changed some things. We got a Democratic president and 2 senators from Georgia, which had never, Democratic senator from Florida, never happened. And the backlash came from the states, and it came super fast. And it broadened out from just those debates and just that group of people. We started to say, whatever rights that trans people had made, we're going to erase all of that too. And our ability, our American Constitution to absorb as much pain on other people as possible was reflected in that last election. So even if we come out of it, and I hope we do, and even if the midterms are great, and I hope they are, I saw how fast America changed from members of Congress kneeling in kente cloth in Constitution Hall to them now putting back up statues of Confederates and making sure that Harriet Tubman won't be on a $20 bill, and everything they could possibly do to erase what had happened during that change. So as a person who sees that and feels that in my community, I'm looking at America like, what the hell are you doing? What were you thinking? How do you move from that progress to accepting that this person is saying that they want to inflict pain, and you're like, that's fine with me as long as it's not me. And only when it becomes you do you say, that's too far.
Barbara,
Yeah.
we only have a few minutes. So. Yeah.
I agree 100%. And that's what we deal with. And, you know, during the Holocaust, they said first they came, you know, for this one, then they came for that one, then they came for that one, and then they're going to come for you. And you know what? I don't have a degree in psychiatry, although my kids say I make believe I do, but I don't understand this. Is people absorbing these images, people seeing the masked, what I call SS, and they're not paying attention to the law or to the Constitution. So I'm going to close by reading the quickest thing. The Fourth Amendment, pay attention to this. This is the Fourth Amendment. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. This is it, folks. And I'm very worried about the courts. But if they say they're originalists, here it is.
Okay. We only have a couple of minutes. David, you, and then Stuart.
Look, I'll just give you, I mentioned in our last talk, for those MSNBC viewers, John Heilman, you'll know him. He's a buddy. He tells me stop being an analyst and start being a candidate. I'm going to give you one dose of analyst on the Supreme Court. I'm an attorney. I'm a traditionalist, all that other stuff. And I would have told you, no, let's not expand the court. When Biden was wrestling with it, though, I said on TV, I said, listen, Democrats, if you're going to change the course of the courts, you've got to expand the Supreme Court. Otherwise, it's lost for about 20 years, 30 years. So if you believe that the Supreme Court stands in the way of strengthening our democracy and not working against us, the Democratic Party needs to be unafraid to say we should expand the court and have the same number of justices as we do Circuit Court of Appeals. Practically, that is the only way to have court reform right now.
Stuart.
Look, I think that there's a lot of questions that we ask ourselves, sort of big questions of what we do in this moment. But we're in this moment, why? Because of an election. And elections usually are about numbers of very small numbers. And the fastest, most expedient path to get out of it is an election. So I think that one of the great tools that autocrats use is to try to convince people that opposition is hopeless. And you see the Trump administration do this over and over and over. And it's not. They are very weak. They are not supported on any major issue that have a positive view by the American public. And it's not getting better, and they don't know how to get out of it. So I think to do whatever we can to elect as many of Democrats as we can, that's absolutely the most important, most expedient first step. And I'll say again, start in Florida.
And I wish I could have gotten you to say that 20 years ago. Let me say that I hope that on the 20th anniversary of this festival, there will be a panel up here talking about how American democracy survived, revived, and is strong and healthy. Let me thank our panel, and let me thank every single one of you in this audience. This was a terrific discussion. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. After this session, please remember to take your belongings with you as this room will be cleaned during lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Eric Larson with Douglas Brinkley.
Good afternoon, guys. I have one question. How many people have read an Erik Larson book? Look at that.
Many books.
Yeah. That's how widespread his audience and how loved he is by the American public and the world at large. And so we're going to talk a little bit about how Erik Larson started as a writer and get into the craft of book writing. And I was going to begin just because you're not somebody that everybody knows because you as a personality per se, but how did you get into the writing world, journalism, literature? What was your childhood and growth experiences like?
It was sort of a natural progression for me, actually. I grew up in a household of big readers. My father was a professor of speech and theater at Brooklyn College. We had a family policy, which was any book we wanted, they would buy for us. And I still remember one of my favorites was Ogden Nash collection of poetry. And my favorite poem therein was, "If a panther calls, don't answer." But I was also a huge fan as a kid. I did not read the Hardy Boys. I read Nancy Drew. I had the biggest crush on Nancy, and actually even a bigger crush on her convertible. Let me just tell you that. And so much so that I love the books that actually, when I was 13, I wrote a novel, very derivative of a Nancy Drew novel. I think I even had something like The Secret of in the title. The distinction was, I was 13, they had sex scene. I knew nothing about sex, and so I am dying to find that manuscript somewhere in my files. I have no idea. Oh. But whatever I did, well, actually, my first real career goal was to become a New Yorker cartoonist. I sent my cartoons off, and I swear to God they came back within 24 hours. I was that bad. But I always wanted to be in some kind of a job that paid me for writing. I didn't believe in this idea of just sort of writing, for the sake of myself. I wanted to be paid for writing. So I wanted to go into whatever career would allow me to do that, and while also working on novels and books and so forth. And so one thing led to another. I worked for a publisher, Grosset & Dunlap, my first job ever. I was on a job for a week when I realized, guess what? They published the Nancy Drew books. This is like a weird act of circularity. But it was while I was working at Grosset & Dunlap that I made the mistake, or did the right thing. I saw the movie All the President's Men. And I thought, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring down a president. And so
well, here's your opportunity now, and
so I went off to journalism school. I decided there's only one school I wanted to go to. That was Columbia. I got in, went into small newspapers, always writing on the side. Then bigger newspaper. By sheer luck, I jumped to the Wall Street Journal, which I loved. I absolutely loved. At the time, there was a Philadelphia bureau. Maybe there's a theme here, I don't know. But there was a Philadelphia bureau, and my first assignment, I had the best bureau chief. My first assignment, this is going to date me also, was to do one of the funny front page stories about a video dating service. Video dating service. Right? None of this sweeping left or right. This was a video dating service. And another full circle element here. I wound up dating somebody for about 9 months. The story was so perfect. And I got 500 letters, like marriage proposals, and a call from a reporter assigned by Robert Woodward of the Washington Post to investigate me because they didn't believe the story.
Oh, wow.
Is that circularity or what? I go into journalism because of All the President's Men, and I'm investigated by Bob Woodward. and so the woman I dated, I used the name in the story, Emily, so I called her up. I said, look, they want to know if you're real. Would you talk to them? She gets on the phone, talks to the reporter. All done. But anyway, one thing led to another. It's a long story. It's even longer.
No, well, what were the newspapers, just out of curiosity, before the Wall Street Journal?
Just one newspaper, okay. the Bucks County Courier-Times in Pennsylvania. I don't know if anybody knows it, but it was a great place for a reporter to start out because it had, at the time, 125,000 circulation, which is big for a small newspaper. I covered things on the weekend. I wrote full-page stories, which was terrific also. So it was great.
Would Brooklyn College, did you get to, the legendary period there where like Allen Ginsberg taught or Barry Commer for a moment? I mean, people were coming through there. Did you experience that wave of writers at all beyond reading?
Well, funny you mentioned Brooklyn College because, I did not go to Brooklyn College, but my father was the chairman of speech and theater at Brooklyn College, as I think I said. No real connection to writers through Brooklyn College, other than just absorbing in the atmosphere. Yeah.
San Francisco, this is not your first time by far to California. Tell us about your relationship to this state and what you've written or done.
Well, this kind of goes back also to my experience at the Wall Street Journal. I was working in Philadelphia, as I said, which I loved. The problem with the culture of the Journal at the time was the better you did, the sooner you got transferred. So they tried to transfer me to Detroit. At the time, it was a big deal because of the car industry. And I went to Detroit. I got shown around by a great friend and reporter. I came back and I said, there's no way I'm going to Detroit. Now, the culture of the paper at the time also was that if you turned down a transfer offer, your career stalled. You were chilled. You could just feel the frost in that office. So, okay, my career's over. San Francisco, not San Francisco, but LA, bureau chief called me and wanted to know if I wanted to come to LA. And I said, I've already lost my career. Nah, I'm not going to come. San Francisco called, and I was like, I'm in. And so went to San Francisco and had a lovely time. And that's actually where I met my wife on a blind date. And we've been married ever since.
A video date?
It was not a video date, and actually it did not take on the first pass. Actually, it took a little effort to get things going.
Tell us about your wife, because she's a fascinating person.
Yeah, she is now a quasi-retired neonatologist, intensive care for newborn babies. She was a fellow at Mount Zion Hospital in San Francisco. And then after we met, after we decided to get married, I made the sort of the devil's bargain, which was that I would leave the Wall Street Journal, go with her to Baltimore, where she got a great job at Johns Hopkins, as long as I didn't have to do any productive work for a year. I could just work on a novel. I couldn't do it. I couldn't stay out of the life that long. But one thing led to another, and we wound up with 3 kids and bouncing from Baltimore to San Francisco again, then back to Baltimore, and then to Seattle, and now Manhattan.
You mentioned you like to get paid, so you never aspired to be a freelancer. You really wanted the benefits of a journalism job.
I was a freelancer for a while, but I got paid.
Yeah.
But I just felt that I didn't want to do the sort of sitting alone in a garret writing for myself.
Right.
Yeah. Except for that 1 year, which failed.
Well, and you mentioned an archive. Have you kept? Are they just boxes of things, or have you kept a semblance of an archive?
I have boxes and boxes and boxes of things, and after one catastrophic move, I think probably 25% of my archive disappeared.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
By
incompetent movers. I mean, a couch disappeared, a chair disappeared. I mean, it's just a nightmare. But
sorry, that's terrible.
Yeah.
If you have an allegiance to Columbia, like if Columbia University came and said, we want the Eric Larson papers, would you give them what you have, or have you found an affinity for a different school your kids went to or something like that?
I would give them what I have. They would have to curate it, and as long as they didn't have to talk to me about it, I'd be
what's happened to the cartoons? Have you published any? Can we ever see them?
No and no. However, I kept some in my office, and we have a place out on Long Island. I kept some in my office, just sort of vaguely on display. And my middle daughter, who's a writer for Texas Monthly in Austin, she spotted one of these cartoons, and she said, "Dad, this is good. Can I take it and frame it?" It's like, I was so tickled. I said, sure. so
That's
so
cool.
that's it. That's
They'll
it.
become heirlooms. You can give them.
Yeah, heirlooms.
Well, something to hang. Let's go to your books, which is really why we're here. I mean, let's talk about Devil. Devil in the White City, Chicago, 1893 as a premise. That Chicago World's Fair, Columbia exhibition there just generated the birth of the Ferris wheel and Cracker Jack, and the electricity of Edison, illumination, and it put Chicago on a map, and on and on. As the historian in you, what is it about 1893 Chicago and that got you interested to make it the backdrop for that book?
Well, it wasn't 1893 Chicago per se. What happened? Do you want to hear the whole story?
Yeah.
So what happened with Devil in the
How many
White
of you read that book?
Oh, great.
Okay.
Good to hear. So, and then you can ask me also eventually about the movie. I had been working on, I had read a book called The Alienist in 1994. The Alienist, remember that book? It was about a serial killer in old New York. And the thing I loved about that book was the aura of that feeling of having lived in old New York in that period. Like it was like the 1890s. So I thought, I'd already done a book, and I thought maybe I should do I could do a nonfiction murder story and just really tell it with a lot of color and character. And I was interested in something along the lines of what the film Gosford Park, that kind of thing. So I was living in Seattle at the time, went to the Suzela Library at University of Washington, took out a book called The Encyclopedia of Murder, which is actually a terrific compendium of homicides of all kinds. I started at A, began working my way through. I don't know where I came to the killer in Devil in the White City, whether it was H for Holmes or M for Mudgett. Came to him as a short reference about him killing people, women around the time of the World's Fair, at the time of the World's Fair. Didn't want to do him because I didn't want to do crime porn. And here's this guy with acid vats, dissection tables, and so forth. Wasn't interested. So I kept looking. Worked for a while on a murder that was not particularly interesting. And then gave up that whole thing. I got sidetracked by a news story in the New York World about a giant hurricane that destroyed the city of Galveston, Texas. Diverged completely to do that book, which became Isaac's Storm. That book is done. I go back, I start thinking about the World's Fair of 1893, because when I read about the killer, there was a reference to the fair, and I knew nothing about the fair. Still not interested in the killer, the fair. Took out a bunch of books. Took out one book that should have killed the idea right there. The first book I read about the World's Fair. It was a boring monographic history, possibly the most boring thing I've ever read in my life. But I had already learned from experience at that point, always look at the footnotes. So, I opened the book up to the footnotes. I started reading. It was like, oh my God, this poor scholar. This book had been done to make a PhD, right? She put all the best stuff in the footnotes. It was just like incredible. First footnote I came to was the fact that juicy fruit gum was introduced to consumers at the World's Fair of 1893. Now, how many of you guys like juicy fruit gum? Listen, so you know that juicy fruit gum is a forbidden pleasure, right? Because the taste is not, you can't describe it. It's like if you were sitting on a city bus and somebody next to you was chewing juicy fruit gum, you would swear they'd just thrown up. It's that kind of gum. And so I was like, this gum is 100 years old. I was just absolutely hooked. And the more I read about these things, Cracker Jacks, the zipper, the vertical file, and all this, and all the people who came to the fair. And I thought, wait a minute, that's the story. It's this juxtaposition of this wonderful act of civic goodwill, nicknamed the White City of all things, juxtaposed against this dark serial killer. And the title came to me in the first 24 hours, Devil in the White City. The rest of the book came to me in about 4 or 5 years. And actually, this is no joke, on the eve of publication of that book, I was convinced that my career was over. My wife would confirm that. She's here in the audience, and I would get her to stand up, but she might not want to. I was convinced that my career was over. And happy to say
And young women would come to that fair from the farm towns and things,
Right.
and they'd be preyed on, right? I mean,
Well, that was one of the things about the era that was so new. You know, railroads and all this. People were, for the first time, women could come from the hinterlands into the city and not have a chaperone, not have family. And Chicago at that point was a very easy place to disappear.
and the mayor of Chicago, tell them, just to remind people, and the disease that spread in addition to the serial killer.
So, I mean, the thing about the story, The Devil in My City, was that at every turn something new came up that I was just fascinated by. The Ferris wheel, case in point. You know, I always assumed that Ferris was ferrous, like F-E-R-R-O-U-S, for iron. I had no idea that the Ferris wheel was named for a guy, you know, George Washington Gale Ferris, who was sort of the handsome Clark Gable of his era. And so I started reading about this Ferris wheel, which wasn't just a little, oh, let's do a little test wheel and see how it goes. You know, there must not have been any liability insurance back in that day. This guy makes the biggest Ferris wheel ever, well, I don't think it's still the biggest, but biggest Ferris wheel ever done, first and biggest. You know, this thing that you know, it defies the imagination how big this thing was. And that's the kind of spirit that was going into the World's
And
Fair.
he, the George Washington Ferris.
But the mayor.
Yeah, and then tell him about the mayor.
So this is another weird thing. I'm going through the story, and I'm going through the research, and then I find that, you know, shortly before the end of the World's Fair, the mayor is assassinated by a crackpot. I was like, what the hell? I mean, when are the miracles of this period going to stop? Now, the mayor posed me a problem, because it's like, okay, this is not really part of the World's Fair. The mayor of Chicago dies. There's this killer. We can track him up to the point where he kills the mayor. I was like, boy, I don't know how this is going to work. And I said, nonetheless, I like it. It's going in the book. and that became a sub-narrative. But you know, sometimes one reason I love doing history is because you can come across things that are too unbelievable to write as fiction, but because they happen, they're just this wonder. Even the fact, I hope that I'm not giving this away for anybody, but even the fact that one of Daniel Burnham's great friends from the World's Fair died on the Titanic. You know, that was sort of the closing scene of the book. So anyway, I'm ranting.
No, it's we can leave Chicago, but just that Burnham and that back to that, the incredible Ferris wheel birth. We're competing the U.S. with France as Eiffel Tower. Like they had the Eiffel, what are we going to do? And Burnham did a open kind of search for who can do structure that's going to capture everybody's imagination. And up steps, like you said, there's an engineer, a builder, and nobody thought it was practical engineering-wise that you could do gondolas and go. And so imagine you're a young kid from the heartland coming from somewhere rural, and you're now at electricity and seeing Lake Michigan, or you know, spinning around from a bird's eye view in a pre-aviation era.
Yeah,
it's kind of wild.
It was wild just to think of somebody with the imagination and to somebody who would then get the go-ahead. But you know, Burnham had made this a contest. He had said, you know, the goal was to out Eiffel, and some of the ideals that came in. Somebody wanted to build like a building 2,000 feet tall with a basically a rubber bungee jump thing, you know, with the idea that you'd ride this gondola down 2,000 feet and that you wouldn't be killed at the end of that fall. And then somebody else came up with a telescoping building, a building that had a centerpiece where at intervals, using hydraulic power, the center portion of the building would extend and then contract. This is one of the ideas that did not quite make the cut. I always thought of it as a testament to Viagra before Viagra existed. but just the sheer, and I think what a lot of people were resonating with is that there is something so magical and so naive and so optimistic about that period, and then you look around and you think, where did that go? You know, where is that same optimism? Anyway.
Tangential, and we don't have to dwell on it, but Frank Lloyd Wright, what do you think of Wright?
What do I think of Frank Lloyd Wright? I mean, he's dead.
He was the man starting in Chicago there. I didn't know if he has this huge aficionados and people aren't, and you know.
In fact, my daughter dated a guy who was the director of the anyways.
Of a Wright thing.
Of a Wright thing. But you know, Frank Lloyd Wright, Louis Sullivan. I mean, you know, I love architecture. I love thinking about architecture. You know, we walk through our neighborhood. We have a place out on Long Island. We walk through the neighborhood, and I'm with my wife, and I'm always criticizing. Oh, those windows look terrible. Poor choice. And she's like, well, they didn't ask you.
No, they didn't. Yeah. And, I was saying about Wright. There is some kind of genius where nobody will destroy anything he ever built. Like, how do you figure that out? Any town anywhere, oh, you can't touch it. It's a Wright.
Well, he was such a pathbreaker, but I can't say that I would ever want to own a Frank Lloyd Wright.
They leak a lot.
Well,
they do.
Apparently they do. They don't call it falling water for nothing.
Yeah.
But I think that was a Frank Lloyd Wright house.
Let's about World War II in your interest.
Yep.
And we'll go switch to another book, just so we cover a couple. But you talk about that in May 1940 and 41. And
we talking Garden of Beasts, or we talking about the Blitz?
The Blitz.
The Blitz. Okay, Splendid and Vile.
Well, both. Yeah.
Well,
just your thoughts on World War II, like as a backdrop to enter. That's such a busy area to walk into.
Hugely interesting, and you know, let me talk about the Splendid and the Vile, which is about Winston Churchill and his family and how they dealt with the first period of the German air campaign. I'm reluctant to say Blitz because the Blitz was actually a segment of that broader campaign, and this came about because we moved. Our kids flew the coop, went off to live their lives. We were living in Seattle at the time. We just sort of felt like, you know, it's time to go. And so I always wanted to live in Manhattan. I was born in Brooklyn, but never really had much opportunity except when I was at Columbia to live in Manhattan. So we go big. We moved to Manhattan, get this great place, and as soon as I like probably the first week after we had taken occupancy of this place, I just had this amazingly powerful sense of what 9/11 meant to New Yorkers in the way that, I mean, living in Seattle, I watched, of course, I mean, you know, the whole thing unfold in real time, 24/7. But when I came to New York, I suddenly had this huge, like, just frisson of, wow, this was different. Wow, this was different for people in my building, in my neighborhood. And I started thinking, what would it have been like for a family to have been living during the German air campaign, during the Blitz period in World War II involving Britain, when during that one period of the so-called Blitz, there were essentially 90 consecutive 9/11s, 90 consecutive nights of serious, intense bombing. How did anybody endure that situation? Look what happened to us with one day. So I started looking for families to look at. The Imperial War Museum, started thinking about that. And it occurred to me, why not do the quintessential British family? Winston Churchill, his wife Clementine, his daughter, peripherally son, and all the close advisors who were more or less were family for him. So I started looking into that with the idea I was just going to do that first period of the Blitz, of the German air campaign, which coincided exactly with the first year of his prime ministership. So I had this idea. Sometimes, you know, angels, I don't know what the term is, you rush in where fools dare to tread, or fools rush in where angels dare to, I don't know. But anyway, so one or the other. So I went down to Washington, talked to the head of the International Churchill Society, just to sort of, you know, start making some contacts. And we had this lovely breakfast at the Hay Adams Hotel. I remember I had this hash that had these lovely red peppers. But so we're having lunch, and I tell him what I'm working on, and he sort of sits back and basically in this very sort of cultivated, not British, but cultivated hoity-toity sort of Bostonian way says, essentially, without saying the same words, what the hell are you thinking? You know, doing a book about Churchill? I mean, is this not been done a zillion times? But nobody had done this precise thing, this story of family going through this experience. And that just became for me, I loved it. I loved it, and especially when I came across Mary Churchill, Churchill's daughter, who kept a detailed diary. And I remember I was 2 years into the research, and I contacted the Churchill Society, the Churchill Archives in Cambridge, England. And I said, look, is there by any chance, did Mary Churchill by any chance leave a diary? And he said, yeah, as a matter of fact, she did. Can I look at it? No. No, it was under strict control of her granddaughter. So I said, well, can I write to her and ask if I can look at it? He goes, sure, here's her email. So I send her an email. Nothing for probably 8 weeks. Suddenly at 4:28 a.m. one morning, I get this email. And it says, yes, you may look at the diary, and the only reason I'm letting you do this is because I read your book about the Lusitania dead wake and your respectful treatment of Churchill and not falling for the conspiracy theory. Therefore, please do so. And to me, it just made the book. So,
what was your, that is?
Mary, but also Pamela Harriman.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a big new documentary about to come out on her, and I didn't do my proper follow-up when you teased about a movie. You have and we'll get back to World War II in a minute, but just so I don't forget.
I teased maliciously because the Devil in the White City has been under option by one person or another ever since it came out in 2003. And in fact, I remember one day in Seattle, one of the directors who was very interested and did actually, I think, did option it for a time was Catherine Bigelow, who's like a goddess of directors. And so I was having lunch with her at the Dahlia Lounge in Seattle, just the two of us in a booth. And she's an incredibly intense listener. I mean, it's listens to everything. It's just really sort of thrilling just to talk to her. And little did I know that about 6 members of my wife's staff were sitting at a booth at the other side of the restaurant, seeing this, what looked like an affair. and they reported back to her at the hospital, saying, we just saw your husband sitting at lunch talking to a beautiful woman. She goes, it's Catherine Bigelow. It's an option. So.
That's back to Churchill, and it is true, right, guys? I mean, Churchill and Lincoln, you always think you can't say anything more, but there's always more to say. Why are certain figures, or in this case Churchill, how he seems to be ever ready all the time?
You know, it's every generation has a different story to tell. Every writer who approaches a subject has a different story to tell by its nature. I mean, look, you know, this current book, Demon of Unrest, you can Google this. I have been on record for over a decade saying that I will never write a book about the Civil War, because who needs the pain? Who needs the critics coming out to your book signing saying, you know, a musket is not 50 inches, unless, and if it's a rifled barrel, it's 48, you know, which a friend of mine, the late Tony Horwitz, great guy, did a book called Confederates in the Attic, which is about Confederate reenactors. And he told me that one of his book signings, a woman showed up with an actual live Civil War cannon.
Oh.
Loaded and ready to go. And I thought, I don't need this. But then, I mean, should we talk about how this
Please.
came to be?
Yeah.
This was very much, Demon of Unrest was very much a pandemic book. I had been out on a book tour with Splendid and the Vile when the world came to a screaming halt. March 19th, I was on a plane home. No, on March 12th, I was on a plane home because of my wife's birthday. So, get back, we go out to our Long Island house, to our redoubt. And I start thinking, okay, this is a good time to start thinking about what my next book idea would be, because God knows that Splendid and Vile is going to be killed, dead in the water. So we go out there, and then, as you know, at that period there was a good deal of political turmoil, as there is now. And I thought, one thing led to another. I thought, wait a minute, how did the Civil War actually start? I'm not talking about the high school timeline, you know, Sumter, and then boom, we're in the war, because it didn't happen that way. I was interested, you talk about how can you do a subject that's been done so much before. But if you think about it, with the start of the Civil War, I wanted to get into what we call the tick-tock, the real details, just the minutiae of how did we let this thing happen? And so, I just sort of took off, and I came across this set of documents, the official complete records of the Union and Confederate armies. Online, you can look for it. It's amazing records, just piece by piece by piece. I was enthralled. I love documents. I love just reading these things. So I found a publisher who did hard copies of that whole collection of records for the entire Civil War, 128 volumes. I, of course, needed only the first volume. So I ordered this volume. It arrives at our pandemic redoubt. I disinfected. I disinfected it. Remember those days, Yeah. And started to read about this stuff, and I thought, wow, I'm really into this. This is going to be my next book. And so, did I know at the time? No, not until I'd done on a book tour. Did I know at the time that 60,000 books had been done about the Civil War? No. Did I know that 16,000 had been about Lincoln? No. Thank God for ignorance.
Yeah, there's even a Lincoln bookstore in Chicago that just sells Lincoln.
I went there and signed books.
the Lincoln and going from Springfield and the journey to Washington.
Oh, God, yeah.
And the fear of assassins lurking, and the executive mansion, as it was called back then. It didn't become the White House till Theodore Roosevelt names it that. But that journey of Lincoln, how does one look at that journey from a larger scope of American history, like the prairie lawyer going now?
So what he's talking about, for those of you who have not read the book, and if you haven't, why not? But if you
got to get it.
If you haven't read the book, but this is about Lincoln, God bless him. Lincoln decided that he was going to, before coming to the executive mansion, he was going to basically take a tour of America by train, so that America could literally get a look at this guy that they had elected. And it was an incredibly charming journey. Lincoln had a really good sense of humor. And there was just I think he was into the irony of the whole thing. There was this one moment where he starts to tell a story. He liked to tell stories. Some of them get a little long, but he liked to tell stories. So he starts to tell a story. He's got a punchline coming. Before he can finish the story, the train has moved on. And so in the next town, suddenly there were all these people running up the track. And the joke is that they were from the previous town coming to hear the punchline. Oh yeah, which they weren't. I mean, it was like 10 miles, But and then he finishes the punchline. But it was just, it was really fun to write that passage, because as a writer, as you have found this also, you look for narrative action that moves the story. And so here he is literally moving across the country on a train, in this very charismatic way. Cutting from that to other things that are happening that are very disturbing, that are very threatening for him, that make you wonder, why did he take that trip in the first place? I mean, can you imagine? Well, never mind. So I promised, by the way, that I made a vow to myself at the start of this year that I would never talk politics with anyone over the age of 5.
As just a quick aside, I was just in a town, Lincoln, Illinois, which is just north of Springfield, and it's in that town of Lincoln, they named it to Lincoln when he was just making a land deal, unknown figure, remote, early in his life. During the Civil War, they opened Lincoln College, poured money into the Amtrak there. This little village in Illinois, Lincoln, Illinois, right now, at Lincoln College just closed, this historic thing that has Lincoln memorabilia. And Reinhold Niebuhr used to be a minister, great theologian there. Langston Hughes wrote his first poem in this town. The New Yorker editor, famous New Yorker editor, was from there. Before William Maxwell, who was a great novelist. I could go on and on, but the humor, they have in town a watermelon because Lincoln said, no, you can't name the place after me, and he didn't want to drink alcohol. And so he grabbed a watermelon and christened himself with the watermelon juice. And now to get tourism, there's a watermelon monument, to honor Lincoln. But this town's so depressed. It has a Carnegie library that's gorgeous. And just nobody giving it a love in the heartland.
No, I take it this is going to be in your Route 66 book.
That's why I was visiting, and I couldn't believe seeing this community touched in so many with Carl Sandburg and Edgar Lee Masters and all those kind of people. And but Churchill and Lincoln, they both are incredible writers, and they're giants in world history.
Yep.
Does that help you with the narrative form that, wow, I'm actually dealing with somebody whose thought you can relate to by their intellectual acuity?
Actually, it makes it more intimidating.
Yeah.
But on the one hand, but the fact that they're all so articulate also makes the lifting much easier. If you can quote something from one of Churchill's speeches. I mean, some of these things are just, they become passages in themselves because they're so beautifully crafted. Now, little did I know when I was diving in naively into the Churchill book that he had copyrighted his speeches. I just assumed they were official speeches and therefore they were fair game. I don't discover this until literally a month before the thing is going to press. And so, we cleared the copyright. It turned out not to be that big a deal. But, these articulate guys can really help you with passages that move you from one place to another.
We've had a couple sessions, Jamie, here on Theodore Roosevelt is opening at Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, and some people wonder why so many people want to write about him. And one way, it's so intimidating. There's so much. Doris Kearns Goodwin will be here, I see, coming soon, and in writing on TR. But yes, it's intimidating, yet he wrote like 36 books, 150,000 letters, meaning Lincoln. You can look at their either legal cases or writings, and Churchill certainly, and TR certainly, so it gives you their language in different ways all the time.
Yeah. Well, and there are other characters who are less obviously articulate in that way. One of my favorites, probably my all-time favorite character of any of my books, was Frederick Law Olmsted. Frederick Law Olmsted. Now, I don't think the man wrote an unoriginal word in his life. The challenge with Olmsted is reading his handwriting. At the Library of Congress, I spent days and days in microfilm looking through all his correspondence, looking through his company records and so forth. I mean, there was a day when I was going through these days you photograph records and so forth, bring them home and torment yourself. And so I was sitting in my office in Seattle, going through Olmsted records one afternoon, and I was just like, I just threw myself on the desk, with my magnifying glass in one hand. I was just sprawled on my desk when my wife happened to walk in and say, "Eric, what's wrong?" And I said, Olmsted.
Because of the handwriting?
Because of the handwriting. It's terrible. Terrible.
It's that
terrible,
bad.
Yeah.
I did not realize. Are there collected works of him that have been?
I'm sure there are, but I felt it as a mark of honor that I was not
CD
going to do that. I was going to suffer.
The big question I guess I have from Nancy Drew to murder.
It's not that big a leap.
Yeah, I know. Wait, where did your interest and ability to write? Because I relate to your historic writing in your book, but you master how to deal with murder. Is that a different way of looking at things? People that when you're writing on that,
you mean writing about murder?
Yeah. Like you said, the encyclopedia, how does one have to frame their mind?
I've been asked by people about Devil in the White City. How did I sleep at night with all this murder and all this stuff going on, and how gruesome that was? But I'm a trained journalist, and the way I look at it is there are two of me. There's the good me that sits on this shoulder, and it's like, wow, this is incredibly sad. How did people survive this? Then there's the journalist, the bad me, who's like, wow, this is great shit, And anybody who's a journalist out there, you know what I mean. So it's more the quality of the material that's available that lets you tell the story, and you can be. In fact, it really helps to be dispassionate because simple detail will carry you a lot further than metaphorically playing a violin in your prose.
Do people, how many in the audience, just curious, just having a little fun, but can watch, say, something dealing with murder or gore before bedtime and it doesn't affect you? See, that's a lot.
We'll be taking
not
notes.
able to, like mindfulness, I won't look at negativity, something horrible. Yep.
I think there are sheriff's deputies here, and they're taking notes about who just raised their hands about that. Yeah.
Is there ever a danger when we write about a murderer? Let's just for say John Wilkes Booth or Oswald or something, that in a way it ends up glamorizing them because they start becoming part of our parlance, and you create an outlaw murder culture, like look at the President of the United States talking about I'm Al Capone and and all this. I mean, where does that outlaw murder danger for a writer that they're trying to Billy the Kid them?
Billy the Kid them. Yeah, well, I think it depends on the cases and the context. The Wild West, the Billy the Kids, the legends. I mean, that's one thing. A serial killer, and what I often marvel at is the fact that serial killers are so popular as material for endless limited series, endless books, and so forth. And when you think though about the reality of what it would be like to be stalked by a serial killer or to lose somebody to a serial killer, you realize that it's just a whole different kind of. I mean, I've really chilled on doing murder. I'm not committing murder, but I really chill on doing murder. I don't know.
I guess I'm asking. I once.
And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that I have 3 daughters, and they're all out there in the world. And I, as a former news reporter, who spent every Saturday night doing the cops, on the phone and having to call parents and all this after tragedies, I can barely sleep.
I haven't thought about this for a while, but when Boston University has a great archive collection, a Gottlieb collection of rare papers, and I wrote a piece for The Atlantic a long time ago on James Earl Ray, who killed Martin Luther King Jr., and BU was terrified that they acquired the papers of Lee because they have all of Dr. King's papers at Boston University, and they were worried about the media would go wrong and all. So I went and looked at James Earl Ray's prison once they arrested him, letters and things he kept, and all he was worried about was how much his autograph was worth compared to Doris Day or compared to Frank Sinatra, like my market at my signatures. And he ended up marrying Ray, a Knoxville, Tennessee TV reporter who would go to the jail to cover the murderer, and they fell in love and got married there. And you just see how sometimes these killers start getting so much press, they think that they're celebrities in their own right.
Well, but they can also be very charismatic individuals. I mean, these prison romances. It's not a new concept, but anyway, on to.
No, I didn't actually have the one big follow-up, and I know you don't like or never will really telegraph, and if you did, be indirectly what you work on next, like people always ask. But can I just frame it in a different way? How, like your mind now, do you look for what's the process? Do you look for a topic, or you just read, or you notice a footnote, like you said, wow, they buried the great story in the note. And Stephen Ambrose wrote, Spielberg did Saving Private Ryan out of a footnote Ambrose had. People, just about that, So, but is that the eureka moment, or are you like hunting for a topic, or you're waiting for it?
Well, first addressing the never talking about what I do. I very much embrace the Hemingway ethos. There is, he always said, don't talk about it until it's done, because you'll take the life out of it. And actually, the one time I broke my rule was at a family reunion on Eastern Long Island. My sisters and spouses and everybody were all gathered at this great house that my sister had rented near the beach. And my older sister, who can be a bit of a bully still, she approaches me and she says, so what are you working on now? And I said, I can't tell you. And she says, come on, tell me what you're working on. I said, no, I can't. She kept on, and I finally said, okay, look, so here we are, we're all here having a good time, and having a beer in this beautiful bucolic setting. What can it hurt? So I told her, and she goes, "Oh, I wouldn't read that." Gospel truth.
But do you have a routine?
So yes,
yeah.
So when I'm looking for an idea, this is actually the hardest part of my career. It's what my beloved publicist Penny Simon refers to as when I'm in the dark country of no ideas. And I keep an idea journal, a running thing of things that appeal to me. We have 5 or 6 ideas as ideas come to me, often from footnotes, often from random things, or just a random question that I'll ask. Be in this idea journal, and it will go on for pages and pages and pages. And what I'm looking for, I've developed the series of criteria. They're not sort of very inviolable, but they're good guides. One is that I have to be interested in the subject. I mean, that goes without saying if I'm going to live with this thing for 3 or 4 years. But most important, I think, is the story has to have an inherently powerful, organic narrative arc, and a central plot line, if you will, that is inherently compelling. For example, when I wrote a book called Dead Wake about the sinking of the Lusitania, I mean, we know the Lusitania sank, right? Till I did my research, we did not know exactly where the submarine was in the course of this saga. I stumbled across this at Stanford University at the Hoover Institution, which has this really surprisingly good Lusitania archive. And here's this war log of the submarine commander stating exactly where he was in the approach to that day when he sank the Lusitania. Now, some of you guys, I'm sure, are Navy guys, and you know, at least in my experience with U.S. Navy logs, is they're worthless unless you want to know wind direction and wind speed, and clouds. I mean, it's fine. But this guy wrote a detailed narrative of what for him was alternately the most tedious, most terrifying patrol in a submarine. And so here's all this great material and with specifically tied to latitude, longitude, which, by the way, you can plug into Google and see exactly where it was. So if you know where the Lusitania was, and that was a well-documented course, and now suddenly we know where the submarine was, that is instant suspense right there. And even if you know what happened to the Lusitania, you will find yourself, I hope, caught up. I'm getting the hook. You will find yourself caught up in the story.
And guess what? The Demon of Unrest. Get the book here. Thank you, Eric, so much for that.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, hi, I'm in the back. Hope you had a good lunch. We are replacing the 2 o'clock presentation in Steinbeck. Corinne Jean-Pierre didn't make her plane. Replacing it is Curiosity, the story of the uniquely human trait of curiosity turns out to be the single most important predicator of overall life satisfaction and longevity. Why is that? And what exactly is curiosity? The good news is we can cultivate it at any time, if only we choose. It's a conversation between Daniel Levitin and David Zippel. That's 2 o'clock in Steinbeck. Enjoy the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michael Connolly and Titus Welliver with Doug Miller.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Isn't it nice to be back? Perfect, and what great weather. I welcome you to the desert, but we're going to talk about that because you did an episode down here, and we're going to ask you a couple questions about that. But you're in for really a unique experience because we have the author. Turn my mic up. There we go.
Okay.
Should I start over? Welcome? No. You were able to hear that. Anyway, you're in for a unique experience because we have two exceptional people here today, the author of a book and the actor of that particular series. So I just want to jump right in. Welcome to the desert. Thanks for being here, but we only have 45 minutes, and every person here asked me to ask a different question because they have all kinds of things they want to talk to you about. But Michael, let's start with you. What interested you in writing about crime?
A lot of things, but it was, I think it was, I got to go all the way back to my mother being a voracious reader of crime novels, and I took her books, started reading her books. When I was 16, I was a witness to a crime, and I spent a night with detectives in a police station, and that really kind of sealed the deal. I just thought it was so fascinating. Their characters, their relentlessness, and from that, I think then I was on a unstoppable path towards doing what I'm doing.
And was your original plan when you went to college to be a journalist?
No, it wasn't. I went up there to, my father built houses, and I went up to get a engineering degree to join the family business. And I was up there about a year before I decided that's not what I wanted to do, and I wanted to write crime novels, very specifically. Not be a novelist, be a crime novelist.
And so what was the path then you took after that?
I went into, on my father's advice, I went into journalism school because he said, you know, you might be able to get a press pass and be in police stations and be in courtrooms, and it'd be like research, plus it would be an interesting job, and it would lead towards hopefully you being able to be in the best position to take a shot at writing a crime novel.
And you originally worked as a crime reporter in Fort Lauderdale, but how did you get to Los Angeles?
I ended up being a kind of a big fish in a small pond in Fort Lauderdale, and I was getting to write some major stories, and one about a plane crash that involved many victims that were from Los Angeles got the attention of the Los Angeles Times, and they kind of recruited me.
And what inspired you to write Harry Bosch?
I'd spent so much time with real detectives, fictional detectives, movie detectives. Steve McQueen was a big influence. So Harry Bosch came from, a lot of stuff goes in a blender. You mix it up, pour out what is hopefully a unique character named Harry Bosch.
And can I ask where the name Bosch came from?
When I was in school, I studied the painter Hieronymus Bosch, and just thought it was very metaphorical for Los Angeles. His famous work is the Garden of Earthly Delights, and I kind of thought, from 5 centuries ago, that L.A. was somewhat of the Garden of Earthly Delights, and I thought some people would get it, some people wouldn't, but if they didn't get it, they'd be intrigued, like, what does this name mean? Where'd it come from?
And Titus, Harry isn't your real name as a character, right? That's the nickname, isn't it?
Yes, well, he's Hieronymus Bosch, and so throughout the seasons, it's always great when people are reading how they massacre his name. So yes, he goes by Harry. Ryan, we've had so many characters who say, "What did I write? Hieronymus or what?" Yeah, Harry's easier.
It's funny when the painter was Dutch or Flemish, and when I went on a book tour in Holland, the reporters, every one of them asked me, "Why'd you call him Harry?" Because Hieronymus is the root word of Jerome, and so he should be called Jerry, but at least in Holland.
Everybody's got something to say, especially the Dutch,
So, tell me about how then it originally became, did you originally sell the books to Amazon, or was there a process before that?
Yeah, there's a long process that Paramount bought the Harry books early on in the 90s. That kind of financed me being a full-time writer. So I don't regret it, but they never did anything with it, and they were on the shelves for I think they had a 12-year, it was they could actually control stuff for about 12 years, so I had to wait to get it back and get the character back. And that was right around the time of the dawn of the streaming age, and which I thought really lent itself to serialized storytelling, character-driven serialized storytelling, and so it was perfect timing. Amazon came calling because they were starting their platform, and Bosch became the first drama on Amazon.
And they commissioned a pilot.
Yeah. Back then they would just do a pilot, and then they would put it up and have everyone vote, do you want to see more or not? And most people were afraid of that, but I was not, because I knew I could marshal the book troops to go on there and give us 5 stars whether you liked it or not.
So you garnered the most votes then?
Yeah, we got over 100,000 votes in a couple months, and all the other shows had 5,000.
So Titus,
I did 90,000 of those.
Right.
So how did you find out about this Bosch character and that there was an opportunity to be on that show?
Well, I was sent the script, which I devoured. I've read a lot of pilot scripts in my career, and some really great ones. And this one kind of blew my mind. I reread it immediately to make sure that what I had experienced was truly something exceptional, which it was. But of course, when you've been in this business as long as I have been, you learn very quickly not to become too attached to the idea of being cast in something. And so I had felt a kinship and an understanding of this character immediately when I read it. And
Why do you think that was?
Because I'm as equally as internalized and carried the same kind of trauma as Harry. There was a humanity to a man who carried this broken interior and was navigating, this broken world and had this flawless moral compass, and he was a quintessential anti-hero. He was not a guy on a white stallion with a white hat, and there was a complexity about him. But of course, I went, well, they're going to go out to Brad Pitt and George Clooney, and so I didn't want to become too attached, and as luck would have it, it boomeranged back through a series of events, and
In fact, you were in Hong Kong, I think, weren't you?
I was shooting a Transformers movie. I know, high art, but a lot of fun. I've never run that much in my entire life and pointed at things that weren't really there. And it was interesting. It was actually a real act of grace on behalf of Michael Bay, because they had more things to shoot with me with the film, and so it looked like I wasn't going to. Michael had cast me in the role of Bosch, and it looked like it was a conflict, and Paramount was not going to let me go. And I got this news, and my manager was saying, well, let's see if we can make it work. And got off the phone with him, and I was going to take a walk in Hong Kong. I was really distraught and upset, and as I stepped onto the elevator, there was Michael Bay and his producer, and Bay said, "So this Bosch?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, is it a good character?" And I said, "It's without question." I said, "It's a career-defining character, and for me, the greatest character that's come off a page." And he said, "So you want to do it?" And I said, "Desperately." And he turned to his producer and said, "Titus doesn't have to go to Shanghai, we'll rewrite it." So.
And Michael, before you saw the audition of Titus, were there others that you had watched and considered?
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, Brad Pitt turned us down. Yeah, he was the first name on the list, but we were told we couldn't get him because he was making this movie in China, and it was only when he came home to see his kids, I think on a birthday or something. We got him for like an hour, and we all knew, a casting session is usually about 8 people, ranging from the writers and the showrunner and to like some studio people, like somebody from Amazon. You got to please a lot of people. And it was unanimous, and so. But yeah, until he could come in from China, we talked to many people. Yeah.
I think one of them even said to you as he was walking out that you just met Harry Bosch.
Yeah, I mean, I was the one who I'm taking credit here, but I was the one who first said his name. I'm sure his name would have come up, but I had seen him in a show, and I just thought he was very much like Harry Bosch, and so I was hanging back. So there was a room of 8 people or so, and then somebody goes, "I think that was Harry." He left the room. We thanked him, and he went back to the car, and his car. And somebody said, "I think that was Harry Bosch," and someone else said, "Yes, it was." And then everyone was nodding, and then someone yelled at the lowest person in the room, go out there, go get him, bring him back." So,
and did they call you?
And that was me, by the way.
So did you get a call right away, or how did you learn that you had been selected?
And nearly drove my car into a parked car when I got the news, because I was on speakerphone, that it was confirmed. But we didn't have a lot of time. We didn't have any prep time. We literally had days before. I think we did a table read, so there was none of the sort of typical. I'm not big on rehearsal. Of course, with theater, yes, it's a necessity. But the normal sort of bonding process between actors, and most specifically between Jamie Hector and myself. But we're both New York guys, and we're sort of mutual admirers of each other's work, and we hit it off immediately. But that first bit, the opening scene with Jerry Edgar and Harry, with Vin Scully in the background calling the game, when they're on a stakeout, they're actually following the dollmaker killer. That was our first thing together. We did a table read, but it moved at a quick pace. But you know, I always say your job is to service the playwright's intent. And when you have material that's this good, unless you're severely impaired on some level, you can't mess it up, because it's all on the page. It ain't broke, so there's no need to fix it.
So, Michael, tell us about Vin Scully and how you were able to get Vin Scully to do the part that he did.
Well, I wrote the pilot with the showrunner, who's the creative boss of the show, Eric Overmyer, and he wanted me to write the teaser, as they call it, the beginning of the show. He wanted me to introduce Harry, and but we agreed that this show is really about L.A. We wanted it on some level to be a love letter to L.A. So we agreed if we could get him. The voice of L.A., Vin Scully, should probably be how we introduce this show. And so the idea would be a black screen, and you'd hear Vin Scully calling a Dodger game. And then it would open up, and there's Bosch and his partner, Jerry Edgar, on a surveillance. And it was going to be rainy. We wanted a real mood thing at night. So we wanted Vin Scully to be filling the airwaves while there's a rain delay at the game. And so we went to MLB, and they had no idea what streaming was back then, and they didn't trust us, and they basically said no. We wanted some kind of archival thing of Vin Scully, and they turned us down. But I had interviewed, when I was a journalist, I had interviewed Vin Scully, and I kept his number for years. And so I called him, and it turned out he'd been reading my books and stuff, and I said, we just need a page of the stuff you usually do, like how many rainouts there have been in history, how many delays, and just fill it with the trivia that you're so good at. And I said, I'll write one page, and I'll bring it to you wherever you want, and we'll record it, and that will be our opening of a show that we hope lasts. I remember we talked about, we hope this lasts 5 years, but it lasted 10. But and he said, sure, I'll do that, but I'm going to write that page. And he did, and then I went, he invited me. There was like an old timers baseball thing at the Dodger Stadium. It was off season, and I met him there. I recorded it on my iPhone, and it opens the show. And then I didn't write that, but I felt like I was a real TV producer at that point.
And he wrote it in a unique way, right? He kind of wrote it in a rhyme.
Well, most of his stuff, he does the. Titus knows this better than me, but he always he's a numerologist, or he was a numerologist, so he would find the coincidences of like 2 outs in the bottom of the second, 2 men on, and it's 2:22 in the afternoon, whatever. But yeah, he did that.
So had you read the Bosch books before you saw the script?
I had read one book several years before, and it stuck with me, but then I went on a 10-year jag of reading nothing but nonfiction. And so after I was cast, I called my younger brother. He had called me and said, give me a ring. And he said, what are you up to? And I said, well, I've been cast in this show. Oh, what is it? And I said, it's Bosch. And he said, wow, they're doing a show about the surrealist. And And I said, no. And I didn't know this. And he said, do you mean Harry Bosch, the Michael Connelly books? And I said, yeah. And he said, who are you playing? And I said, Harry Bosch. And he went, you're not Harry Bosch. He said, you're all wrong for that. Yeah, it was a short conversation. But ultimately, he very kindly, after he saw the pilot, and he voted, yes, please, more, said I misspoke, and said to me a couple of years afterwards, he said, it's a little bit weird, because he's met Michael. Michael very, gracefully signed a book for him and everything. And he said, it's just a little weird because when I read the books now, I hear your voice. And he said, it takes me out of it a little bit.
And just to jump ahead based on what you said, he can really hear your voice now because you do the audible for the Bosch books.
Yes, which is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. They take some time, but I don't read them in advance, so I experience things in real time. So there's a lot of outtakes with some bad language where something happens and I say, "Oh shit," and the engineer will say, "Well, we're going to have to go back," and because we don't want to telegraph to the listener what's going to happen.
So when you accepted the position, did you realize, just like with your brother you talked to, how popular the books were?
Yes, I did, and I think, look, I'm a reader, and I think when you read a book, right, we all sort of create our own images, or we cast to a certain degree, who would be great to play this part, and almost sort of form our own kind of prejudice, and that's, that could be something that would be very intimidating and kind of terrifying as an actor. I mean, it was not lost on me the enormity of success and popularity and how beloved this character was. But I kind of, having Mike there, writing and producing the show, I could, every question that I could ever have would be answered, directly. And so I thought, well, right, wrong, or indifferent, here I go. And fortunately, it would seem after 10 years that people accepted me playing Harry Bosch.
You're the voice in the picture in the books.
Well, it's the greatest gift of my career. And so, I have peaked, so I'm going to quit now.
Well, we hope not.
I've been writing Bosch for about 35 years, and I never got my face on the cover, but he's on the cover.
But you did appear in some of the Bosch shows, right?
Yeah, I have a few cameos. Yep.
You played Santa Claus, I think, one time, didn't you?
The drunk Santa Claus.
The drunk Santa Claus.
So here you are, you've written the books. The series are based on the books. Was it hard for you to kind of let that go and let others, showrunners, screenwriters, directors, kind of put something in the book that maybe you didn't and come out in the TV series?
No, I mean, sort of hard, but not too bad. I mean, it's about building a team that you trust with the actors and with the other writers and producers, and I got very fortunate that way. We didn't have any clinkers or clunkers or anything like. There's people that were, really wanted to support the vision of the character and the vision of the books, and not say, I mean, and this happens, and it's happened to me before of other things, like we're gonna take this and go in a new direction with it. That wasn't happening, and that's why I wanted to be there and make sure it didn't happen. But I didn't have to do much. I mean, in a 10-year run of the show, I would say less than 5 times I said the words, Harry wouldn't do that, or Harry wouldn't say that. It just didn't happen. And then, I realized that's pretty lucky, because storytellers, including me, have egos. It's like we believe that what we write or create should be read by the masses, seen by the masses. That's ego. That's big ego. And so you get in a room with 8 writers, and they all, want to be the next showrunner on their own ideas. And so it's hard to kind of corral all that and stick with the plan, and somehow it happened.
Yeah, it's very. I became sort of the gatekeeper as well. I remember one scenario. We were doing the pilot, and one day the Teamster captain came up and said, "Hey, we've got Bosch's car. You got to come out and see it." And so I went out, and we were shooting at the Hollywood station. And I came out, and it was this black Dodge Challenger, and it was a very cool car. And the guy was going, "Right? Huh? And I said, "No, it's a cool car." I said, "Harry Bosch would not be caught dead in that car." And he said, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "Because it draws too much attention. And this is a guy who does not want to be seen. He is in a constant state of observation." And so I spoke to Tim Marsha, the retired detective, LAPD RHD detective Tim Marsha, and I said, what about him using his work car? And he said, it's completely against policy, but it's so in character for Harry to use his plane wrap as his own personal vehicle. So that's what we did. And we had another instance in the pilot where, for those of you that remember, Harry gets the bone case of the young boy, and he's going to go up into the hills to look at the remains that this dog has found. And there's a very attractive female LAPD officer who is there, who he's, without it being overt, there's a little twinkle in his eye. And as he's putting on his boots and introducing himself and getting his coat on to go up, he hides his flashlight, and he says, "I forgot my light." And she says, "Oh, here, you can borrow mine." And he says, "Well, I don't." She goes, "You can get it back to me," which was this really endearing kind of schoolboyish thing that spoke volumes about the substance of his character. And then Harry was also had a relationship with the coroner, who was this kind of va-va-voom character, and Harry takes the bone to her and says, can you get this pushed through to help me identify the bone, which then smash cuts to the most graphic sex scene that I've ever done in my career. And I remember saying to Eric Overmyer, I just don't feel right about, first of all, nobody wants to do those scenes. They're not fun. And I said, because he's just done this thing that is so endearing, and then 3 scenes later, he's having a romp with this woman, and I said, it completely destroys that moment. He's not James Bond, and we don't want him to be. And so Eric, he called me like a day or 2 later, and he has a very gravelly voice, and he called me up and he said, "Yeah, I screened it," and he went, "Yeah, you're right. It was jarring. We're taking it out." So anyway, but that's part of the contract and I became very, very protective of Harry. And so, like Mike said, and it wasn't a lot, but sometimes you would have, directors have ideas or, wanting to do grace notes and things to which I could just say, if that was another show, that's a great idea, but it doesn't work. Harry would never do that. He would never, ever do that.
So in the script, how does it tell Titus to have these internal characteristics? He's got this internal anger and solitude and grief. So how did you communicate that in the script so he understood how to act that out?
We really didn't have to. I mean, and there was nothing in the scripts that talk about that. It's like we would have general discussions outside of scripts about what Harry's like and so forth. And then he did start reading the books. He didn't tell me he had only read one before we hired him. But he was reading the books, and he would talk to me about what he's seeing in the books, and like saying, like, I hope this scene or this little moment can end up in a script somewhere. And so it was really a process of giving this character over to him, and not a thing where we had to write stuff in scripts. Scripts are very, very bare bones, and if you have the right person interpreting them, you're in great shape.
So we talked about this before. In one of the interviews I saw of you, you had this great quote of just 2 words when they were talking about just this. You know, how do you communicate what was inside Bosch without having to say any words? And you said you had to trust silence.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
Well, that all that internal stuff is expressed in Mike's books through the narrative, and so, but also those moments where Harry is alone, and it is him communing with the victims, be it at a crime scene or looking at the murder books, and he's in the house, and he's listening to music, and he's drinking whiskey, and he's going through it and going through it and going through it. I had to learn to trust silence and to trust stillness, and I think when you're going to steal, you try to kind of steal from the best, and something. I'm often asked, which actors have influenced you? And they always sort of go like, De Niro and Pacino. And I say, Robert Duvall. But an actor that I went back and rewatched a lot of his films was the Japanese actor Toshiro Mifune, because there is, in a lot of his performances, there is an incredible economy in his performances. He's very, very still and very quiet, but he telegraphs in an odd way what's going on. And I thought, well, let me try that. And I'm sure that, I know that Amazon was kind of terrified at the prospect of doing that. He's going to say nothing? He's going to be looking at a book and there's going to be jazz playing? They'll turn the channel, or, well, nobody turns the channel, but and for me, in all honesty, those scenes are some of my favorite scenes that I got to do, not because I love being by myself in a scene, but it challenged me, and I think it made me a better actor, and also allow that, and it became a hallmark of Harry, because I felt like this is a guy who is not an emotionally demonstrative character. He's not going to tell you what he's thinking, and so it allowed you to sort of lean forward and kind of try to sort of parse what's going on with him.
Those are probably my favorite scenes. That, when he's just up in his house, you see the city behind him, and the jazz kind of speaks for him. The jazz is very important in that show, as it is in the books. But what I love about the show is you actually can hear it.
Yeah,
exactly. In a book, you can write what somebody's listening to, but it's not the same experience. And a lot of thought went into what was playing, and it would speak for Harry in his silence.
So I want to get back to what you just said, a lot of thought, because I want to talk about how authentic the show is. But did seeing your words come to life, did that change how you wrote some of the new Bosch books, or give you kind of a different perspective on who Bosch was?
Yeah, I mean, what we were just talking about, I think, really had effect on me. As Titus described him, that's the guy in the books. He doesn't say a lot. He nods a lot. I used to have an editor who would count how many times he's nodded, and asked me to do dialogue instead of a nod. But that's not Harry. But she'd say, like, this is the 58th nod, and I'm on page 30, so that kind of thing. But hearing his voice. Kind of like your brother, your voice has infected is like a negative word, but his voice is in my head, and that has helped me a lot while writing the books. But there is also a difference. He's the show, Bosch and Titus are much younger than the guy I write about in the books, so there's enough of a change that I kind of still feel autonomous when I'm writing the books, but I can't get away from the sound of his voice.
So one of the things I love about both the books, Bosch and The Lincoln Lawyer, and the TV series is, for me, who's worked in the criminal system and the justice system for almost 50 years, it's sometimes hard for me to watch them because they're not realistic. But you really, both of you, make them realistic and authentic. So how important was that to both of you?
I mean, it was, you know, I wanted it to be the hallmark of the books, and then when we came over to the show, it was like, yeah, that was one of the key things I said. I'm going to bring in the real detectives that helped me. They're going to work with Titus. They're going to work with the writers, and we just want to be accurate. So we actually have ex-cops who will like say see a button wrong on a uniformed officer's uniform, and they'll say we have to change that. And in other productions they probably would have said no, we're going with it, but we don't do that on our shows. And so we just, the characters are fictional, but we want to, with their feet planted in as real world as we can get. And so like when we have Harry drive through town, we don't jump over to the other side of the city. It's all geographically correct. And do all viewers understand that? No, not at all, but it helps us make the show and make us feel like we're creating a real world.
And I think viewers, though, they may not notice that difference, but they would feel the difference eventually if it didn't work like that.
Yeah.
So I understand, too, you actually had a couple of judges that I know that appeared on the show as judges, right?
They've helped us, yeah. Are you auditioning?
Absolutely. I was going to wear my robe, but Jamie wouldn't let me. So why is LA such a big part of Bosch?
Well, it's his world, and it is the, it is the boulevard of broken dreams. Harry works Hollywood, and so LA is as much a character as Harry is. They are interconnected in the biggest way. And Harry is unlike a lot of people who claim to be Angelenos. He is a true native son of LA, and that's the thing that Mike has done so beautiful. I mean, you're entertained and you're thrilled when you're reading his books, but you also learn about a lot of great places to eat and also a lot of neighborhoods that you want to avoid.
And I learned that you put syrup underneath the pancake.
Which is absolutely, if I told you how many people on Twitter and some other social media things have said, and have gone to Dupar's and had their pancakes that way, and every single person categorically always says, Michael Connelly's right. They really do taste better that way, and and myself included, and everyone in my family, we don't do it any other way but the Bosch way when you have
the Bosch way.
So the house is iconic, and I think the house in the books is different than the house in the TV series. But what was it like filming in that house?
Dangerous.
Yeah.
And why?
It's on these spindly poles, and there is a weight restriction. So there was actually somebody who would count how many people were in the house, and we couldn't go over 14 people. And then if it was a 2-camera day, we had to subtract 2 people, that kind of thing. But anyway, we did it. That is all true. But it was fun because between shots, you're looking at this amazing. City. You should say how we got that house, because it is different.
Sure.
The house that is in the books doesn't have that kind of amazing view.
So how did you get the house?
Well, so one of our producers, Peter Jan Brugge, produced many of Michael Mann's films, including Heat, which is I think it's one of the quintessential LA flicks. And that house was Amy Brenneman's character's house, who is De Niro's lover in the film. And so when they were location scouting, Peter Jan brought that house up, and It's actually owned by the owner of the Pleasure Chest, and I'm glad that only a smattering of people are aware of it. It's ostensibly an adult store, and this is his sort of pied-à-terre, and God knows what goes on there. But it's Harry's perch, and those scenes where he's there, they're beautiful. I mean, they're not hard to shoot. It's him overlooking the city that he protects and that he loves, and despite the difficulty of getting equipment and what Mike spoke about with how many people could be in there, the crew, as we all did, enjoyed being up there because it was so beautiful. I mean, it's a staggering view, and on a clear day you can see all the way out to Catalina. Typically they were what we call fratter days, where they were night stuff. A lot of them were night scenes, which nobody loves to do, but that house, like LA, is also a character. It's Harry's nest. It is his observation tower, and it's his safe place. And there's a great line where this FBI agent shows up at Harry's house, and he says, "Yeah, this is a really cool house. I get why you buy it, because of the views." And Harry says, "No, I bought it because there's only one way in and one way out," which speaks volumes about who Harry is. And in later episodes, some bad guys made the unfortunate choice to come to Harry's house to try to kill him, and that it didn't end well for them. So the house is the only thing is that after we did the pilot, the guy took the money that production had paid him to rent the house and did a remodel. So he redid the kitchen, so we had to throw in some stuff, but loved that house.
So I think it's in the very first episode, which I have gone back and watched 3 or 4 times, and we told you that story last night. There's a scene where you scan by the bookshelf, and I paused it because I was positive I saw your books there. So did you put Bosch books in the bookshelf, or did someone else do that?
Well, Harry, he likes good books.
I don't know if that's true, but but I didn't do it if it happened.
Go back and look. I'm pretty sure it's
probably
Black
a
Echo.
set decorator who wanted to keep his job.
But it did.
We did a lot of Easter. We did a lot of Easter eggs because between Michael and myself and Tom Bernardo and Eric Overmeyer and some of the other writers, we're all cinephiles, and so we would do sort of naughty things where we would try to throw in nods to some of our favorite films. It was the cat food from Long Goodbye. We had that in a scene when Harry pursued a bad guy out to Catalina, and he was going through the guy's getaway bag. He finds a fake passport, and the name on the passport is Walter E. Kurtz, which is Brando's character's name from Apocalypse Now. We were shameless with it, but it was fun and sort of an advent calendar for cinephiles, and a lot of people, and also to Mifune. For those of you who may have noticed, sometimes Harry does a shuffle with his shoulders, and that's my homage to Toshiro Mifune, who does that in Yojimbo and Sanjuro. Yes, I stole it. And
so we've only got a minute left. You know, in the Bosch,
makes me very
I
nervous.
know. In the Bosch books, Bosch doesn't stay at a certain age. He ages just like he does in the TV series, and Bosch is still alive, and Titus is still alive. Will we see another Bosch series?
Hope so. I mean, he's in Ballard, and we talk about doing a Bosch movie with Amazon. The character, I think, it ended up being so beloved that they'd be foolish not to bring him back. We're also going to do a prequel. It won't have Titus in it, but we're going to.
So don't watch it.
Yeah. It's Bosch as a rookie patrol officer in 1992, Los Angeles, and we start filming that next month.
So thanks to both of you. Wonderful series, wonderful job, and thank you for coming to the festival.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Thomas Woltz with Joel Caldwell.
Hello. Good
Hello.
afternoon.
Hi, everybody. Hello.
Thank you so much for being here in the sleepy hour post-lunch. It is a real honor to be up here with Thomas Woltz. Thomas Woltz is a mentor to me, a big inspiration. And I thought by way, I could try to list his accolades, but I would probably miss quite a few of them. And so I thought I should just tell the story of when I met Thomas. So I live in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm an environmental storyteller, a writer, photographer, and a filmmaker. And I was kind of reluctantly dragged to a dinner party in Charleston that I really didn't want to go to. I have 2 young children. We had gotten a babysitter. I didn't really want to go meet a bunch of people that I didn't know in this one particular evening. And I walk into this house, and this handsome guy makes me and hands me a cocktail, and we immediately begin talking about that which I find most interesting in the world, which is humanity's capacity for restoring broken ecosystems, the opportunity to dig into land and ecology and reconnect with nature. And lo and behold, as I get to know Thomas better and better, he has this incredible breadth of projects that spans really throughout the globe. He has a firm of 50 people that are super talented, that are just working on these incredible, groundbreaking projects all around the world. And so it's just really been exciting to get to know Thomas and get to know his projects and how his mind thinks and how he understands land. And then earlier last year, I got a copy. He gave me a copy of the book that he is here to talk about. He'll be talking about it tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning, and it's called The Land is Full, which is his philosophy. And I'm a little bit embarrassed to admit that I didn't have a very good definition in my mind of what a landscape architect is exactly, what a landscape architect does. I could probably think of a few ways to describe it, but you know what an architect does. But a landscape architect, is that like making backyard look pretty? Like, what exactly is? And so through the process of reading, really pouring through The Land is Full a couple of times now, I have just been astonished by what a landscape architect is capable of and can do in the 21st century, excuse me. So I would like to start just by asking you, how would you define landscape architecture?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you. The way I would, in the shortest possible way, could define landscape architecture is anything designed that is not air conditioned. So, in a more serious answer, the mission of my practice, Nelson Bird Woltz Landscape Architects, is to connect as many members of the public to a meaningful understanding of nature for free as possible before I perish. That is what I want to do with every day of my existence, is to make sure every human being has free access to extraordinary experiences in nature, but that what we deliver to them is a deep understanding of the realities of how nature works and how nature has been in millennia of dialogue with culture. Culture and nature are inseparable. And I think too often we think of nature as a preserve, as a thing we go to, but we forget this intimacy between culture and nature. So over the last 25 years of practice, we've developed a process that is research-based design. So the elements in our mostly public parks, botanic gardens, arboreta, university campuses, that's kind of the bulk of our work. In every case, we dig in to understand who came before, what came before, how did this land actually form? Was it glacial? Is it sedimentary, like volcanic eruptions? Where did the land come from? And what you start to find is there is this intimate dance between culture and ecology where an ecosystem attracts settlement. People transform that ecosystem transforms them. And so we begin this eternal dance between ecology and culture. When we understand these things, we see that land is never tabula rasa. It's never empty land. It's never just green space. Something happened everywhere, be it ecological or cultural. And our job is to lift that up into consciousness. And the goal of this work is not just to build healthy humans who feel connected to place, but to engender in them a sense of stewardship. We care for what we love, period. So that's how I would define landscape architecture.
It's a better definition than I had.
Backyards, no.
Yeah.
Please don't ask me why your roses have spots, because I have no idea.
So in preparation of this conversation, I asked Thomas to walk us through two projects. So he and his firm, Nelson Bird Woltz, have this really unique research, design, build process. And so I asked him to pick two projects from his catalog that kind of are at different ends of the spectrum, one leaning more cultural and the other leaning more ecological, with the understanding that there's always going to be a lot of overlap there.
Correct. Okay, well, here we go. Thanks for that prompt. Just a question to the back. Does this handy-dandy little screen, can it also show what's behind me?
Doesn't look like we have the deck.
Oh, our slides? Are they not?
I guess that's not happening at the moment. I'm realizing at this very moment.
Oh.
We had a deck that we were
we have a whole slide deck. Any progress on that? Well, I'll tell you the story, so then when the images come, I can just flip right through them. It's not a problem. Georgia Tech University is the school that I want to use, the project that I want to use to illustrate a more cultural-leaning process. It was a wonderful call to get. Georgia Tech in downtown Atlanta had decided to take the largest space they had ever designated as purely a landscape. Typically in universities, you do an architectural project, and then you design the landscape right outside that project. In this case, they wanted to build an ecological commons that would be a living laboratory for, it's a tech university, so biology, soil science, hydrology, engineering, to use a 9-acre asphalt parking lot and transform it into a living laboratory of Piedmont native ecosystems. So we removed this 9 acres of asphalt and a police station and a student union that had been replaced elsewhere. And we're able to bring back the hundreds-year-old drainage pattern through the university to build an upland woodland, seep, wetland area. So we really could showcase in this 9 acres these different distinct ecologies. And of course, this project is bristling with monitoring devices so that they can test soil temperature as the shade increases, water quality. There's an outdoor classroom. And one of the prompts that I appreciated most was they said, we want it to be fun. So we built slides, and there was a big rock outcrop in a hill. So we built slides for the students, like adult scale slides, and a whole forest of hammocks for students to use. And I think what's exciting about it when you see the images is 9 acres of asphalt is as dead as a lawn. There's just no life in this place. And suddenly it is teeming with insects and butterflies and bees, and it's just an amazing living place. As we were going through this research process, we of course discovered that one of the most, not of course discovered, we happened to find the deed to a former owner of a little piece of this 9 acres. It was a man named Lester Maddox. Lester Maddox owned the Pickrick Diner. The Pickrick Diner happened to be in the edge of the ecological commons. Lester Maddox attacked 3 African-American men from the Georgia State, the Presbyterian Seminary of Georgia, who had come the day after civil rights was signed to eat in the Pickrick Diner. Lester Maddox, a notorious racist, pulled a pistol on them, fought them back. His patrons had come armed with guns, axe handles, brutal weapons, and they beat back these 3 young men. Constance Baker Motley brought this case to the Supreme Court 5 days later, and she won. This was the first test of civil rights for all of us, the very first test. And this happened in the Georgia Tech campus. Georgia Tech had later purchased the site, demolished the Pickerick Diner, paved over it, done, history gone. Not as an act of malicious act, but they had moved on. And it took us reminding each other that what happened here only happened here. The land is full. The land is full of our collective human story, and this is a really powerful one. It's a unique piece of history that only Georgia Tech can own, that occurred in this spot. So, I thought it was an exciting idea to bring ecological conservation and cultural conservation of a lost story together and present those to students as the habitat where they will form their minds over the years that they are students at Georgia Tech. It also fills a need that I think every American campus, maybe every campus in the world, might need, which is a place to heal and to think, a safe space to address, in this case, the issues of hate. And I think every generation will have a situation of hate that it has to deal with. And having a beautiful place where students can see that someone is brave enough to tell the truth, and I can go to that place and I can process my own understanding of that world.
Thank you so much.
Hey, I want some cool shades. So
thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So this is the Eco Commons at Georgia Tech. I'll go very fast because I've used my time. Here's the ecological commons, and this is what it looked like. So that is the asphalt parking lot of 9 acres, and you can see the red box that had been demolished decades ago is the Pickerick Diner. There was no real trace of it, and it was only through deed searches, and we were looking actually for where did the creeks and streams that got buried here, where did they go? And in those early maps, we found this parcel. So this is the map of the different distinct ecosystems. You're seeing an oak, pine, hickory forest, a prairie, open mesic forest, and a seepage wet meadow. So this is what that 9 acres of asphalt became. And this is that living laboratory. So it's a sexy laboratory, I like to think. It's a beautiful place to explore. And here in this plan, you can see some of the walks turned to wood. And that's a way of making students aware of the drainage beneath their feet. Like just the sound of your footfall goes from a hard paved surface onto wood, and you can hear the difference, and it makes you aware of what these are, these tiny, tiny intuitive connections to nature. In the lower right of the image, you see 3 steel fingers. Those are the slides going down about 12 feet, full of students. And the little green dots are the hammock forest. But this is the important piece of history that I was telling you. The law was passed on July 2nd, July 3rd. George Willis, Alfred Lee Dunn, and Woodrow Lewis came to the Pickerick. And that is Lester Maddox himself with a handgun aimed at these students. And that is Constance Baker Motley bringing the suit and winning. The first African-American woman to present to the Supreme Court of the United States, and she won, and it was civil rights. I mean, we have to tell this story loudly and clearly. So this was the concept for the contemplative site. Georgia Tech has a wall language that they absolutely love, and it's a salt and pepper granite. And we suggested that this wall that represents the front of the Pickerick should be concrete, a beautifully formed concrete, and 3 openings. Those 3 openings allow us to enter the conversation. Those 3 openings were made by these 3 individuals. The slab of that opening moves forward and grows to heroic proportion. You don't enter the conversation without acknowledging these pioneers. And once inside, there are 3 benches that are wooden boxes that are lit from within. So hope in sacrifice. And in the distance, in the woodland around, they're the only 3 evergreen trees in the whole project, representing the eternal nature of civil rights. And those are longleaf pines. So this is the contemplative site, the wild meadow to the left, and then you're seeing the arc, and that site is the footprint of the diner. This is it from above, and the canopy will grow together. It's Nyssa sylvatica, so their fall color is blood red. So it's a beautiful red canopy that falls into the crushed shale stone. And this is it in the evening. Students have really appreciated having this place to go. It's a place of protest, it's a place of poetry slams, it's a place of gathering. And this one shot, it's a little bright in here, but it's one of the tablets with one of the benches and the healthy meadow behind it. So it gives you the sense of what the memorial was about. So,
pretty incredible discovery.
Yeah,
to make
an important one.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the things that strikes me is both the degree of research that goes into any of your projects, and then also the fearlessness and the and working as you do so often in the Deep South and telling these stories that are pretty out of vogue, that are pretty out of fashion at this date and time, where we seem to be wanting to sweep over some of our uglier, rougher edges, I should say. I
never thought, I was an Eagle Scout as a kid, and I loved scouting. I was assistant scoutmaster before I went off to college. And I just, of a whole list of all the things that a scout's supposed to be, I didn't really think bravery was going to be one of the ones I had to have. But lo and behold, it's taken some real kahunas to get some of these projects built, because the forces are against you. People do not necessarily like the truth that you can discover in land. And I think this is where telling the truth in landscape is an extremely powerful palette. Because the landscape is something we all think we know. We're surrounded by it all the time. And it has an incredible power to convey poetics, a really poetic sense of an understanding of a story. It's not a reenactment. It's not an object that you have to really confront. It's an experience. And you bring a human being inside of that experience, and you start to say, this wall, an example from our work at Monticello, Thomas Jefferson's home, where we were entrusted by the descendants of the enslaved people of Thomas Jefferson to design the contemplative site for the descendants. And this is inside of a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So 2 years of listening sessions with the descendants, and Peter Cook, an architect with HGA, and I with Nelson Bird Woltz, and Jen Jessup at Nelson Bird Woltz, worked to create an experience for the descendants that absolutely heals their pain. They feel seen. It's a place of discourse. It's a place to begin to heal. But I think the landscape offers a unique way to address some of these important social issues. They somehow always remain relevant when you're amongst massive trees and hearing the story in nature. Nature remembers. The land remembers. It's our job to reveal that story.
That's beautiful. Before we move on to the next project, just tell me a little bit about the team and the range of specialties that goes into the research phase of any of your projects.
So in order to perform this work, that I think we work differently than most landscape architects, although I try to give a talk every year at our national conference, like begging people, please, the work gets richer if you take these risks. And one of the risks is the financial risk. Our fees are not corresponding to the number of years of education we have, I will say. I think we're the least paid, highest educated profession in the United States. It's very hard to argue for the fees to then pay your people at the highest rates that you possibly can. But we took some serious risks, and that was to hire full-time conservation biologists. 12 years ago, we brought scientists in full-time as design team members, trained in restoration ecology and conservation biology. And these people have brought an incredible depth to the understanding of the dynamics of land. In parallel to that, we have 2 cultural landscape historians, one of whom has a specialization in indigenous history and the other a specialization in landscapes of bondage and enslavement. And if you're working in North America, by the way, you're working on one or both of these histories. And so having historians and scientists as part of every project before you start designing, and this was a risk because 15 years ago when I started asking clients, well, we want to do a research phase before we start design. And they're like, well, no, we hired you because we want to design. I'm like, right, and that's how we get to a design, is through this research-based process. And they're like, no, we're not paying for that, we're paying for the design. So, I paid for it for years, and then finally people really liked the work they saw that resulted from it, and we got our first person who was like, yeah, okay, I see why that works, I see why it's important. And so bit by bit we could actually hire people full-time to do this work. And it has made a tremendous difference because I think a landscape design that grows from the ground, that grows from both of these narratives of culture and ecology, in a way you can never remove it. It is the essence of the site, and that's what we try to bring forward in every project. So tomorrow I'll talk about, this project is not in the book, for example, that I'm talking about today. Tomorrow I'll talk about a few projects within this new book that came out in 2025 called The Land is Full. It's 12 recent public parks.
Yeah, so I've always, in my profession, in my storytelling, I've thought a lot about land. All of my story is told really through people and people's interaction with land, but the holistic way that you look at your projects and the research element, I think, is really novel, and adding the cultural layer to the degree that you do. I just think, I was talking about this a little earlier in my own talk a couple hours ago, but there's sort of this, we're sort of flattening regionality, right? We're losing what makes different parts of the world and different parts of a country, what makes them special and unique. And so I think, the fact that you're not taking a design that you think is beautiful and applying it to different places, but rather you're really fully guided by what, these core elements, in fact, actually elements, raw material, right, from the earth. I just think that's always going to be authentic. That's always going to be real.
Well, as the further I go, the less I know what to do until being on the land for a period of time, because the land will start to speak to you and start to reveal itself to you. And people are like, "What do you see? What's your idea?" I'm like, "Not yet. Give me a minute." So.
Well, let's head to New Zealand then.
Oh, okay.
Let's talk about the next project.
This is a project that began 22 years ago, and when Joel said, how about something that tells an important cultural story, so I thought, well, civil rights is a big one, and one that tells an important ecological story. And this for me, this project has deep, deep personal meaning, because it was, I think, 24 years ago, I was fresh out of graduate school, and we were engaged for this project, several thousand acres of a sheep, cattle, and citrus farm on the east coast of the North Island of New Zealand. And I grew up on a cattle and tobacco farm in western North Carolina, and then, became an architect and later a landscape architect. And I always thought, gosh, we have so many tools that could be really useful to farmers if they thought a landscape architect did something besides flowers in the backyard. Like, we really could be helpful. But they would never think to hire a landscape architect. But grading, drainage, geology, soil science, horticulture, design of roads and access. And I always tell public parks clients, give us your garbage and your recycling first. We'll figure that out, and the rest of it's easy. Like, give us the hard stuff first. But in this case, I couldn't be farther, literally, could not be farther from home. But it was a chance to reimagine a farm that is a very special piece of land. Let me show you just how special. This is the site, which when I first saw it, I thought, oh my God, this is paradise. This is the most beautiful piece of land on the east coast of the Pacific Ocean. Everything in that photograph is the farm. I came to understand it as an absolute ecological disaster. This is a landscape in total collapse. There are two fundamental facts, to tell this very briefly, that you need to know about New Zealand. The North Island, its natural ecology is temperate rainforest. There's not a tree in thousands and thousands and thousands of acres here. The other is that New Zealand went home from the big party of Gondwanaland really early. It broke away and was like, I'm not drinking, I'm not doing it, I'm not having fun, I'm just going to go home. And it broke away from Gondwanaland so early, there are no mammals native to New Zealand. So reptiles, amphibians, birds diversified to fill all of the niches that mammals filled on every other major landmass on the planet Earth. So you have a 12-foot tall bird called a moa that was kind of the king of the jungle, and at 12 feet, it had certainly lost its need to fly. It had no natural predators. Most of the birds, like the kiwi, their wings have just atrophied because there was no reason to fly. Flying takes a lot of energy. And so you have incredible diversity of reptiles. Of course, with the Maori first came in 1300, and then Captain James Cook came in 1769. So these are two migrations of really the first mammals coming to New Zealand, and good Lord, what they hath wrought on this extraordinary living laboratory of what is the world without mammals. So I went from thinking this is paradise to realizing what we had to deal with. This is the erosion issue. The extraordinary cultural aspect, though, is that the first canoe of the Maori migration, the Huroto canoe from Southeast Asia, landed here. This is the first piece of land Captain James Cook sighted in 1769, and his first landing was here. So you have the icon of the arrival of Eastern and Western migration in one property that is incredibly degraded farmland. So the owner said, who was an American, and he said, gosh, they're not letting me buy such an important icon because the Overseas Investment Commission says this should only belong in the hands of New Zealanders, which, well, they all immigrated, so I don't know when you become a New Zealander, I guess after a little while. But anyway, he said, what would we do if I can buy it? And I said, well, we could reforest the entire coastline in rainforest to put it back as it was when the Maori came in 1300. We could rebuild all the wetlands that were drained to maximize cattle grazing land. We could build a national showcase of how you can do profitable agriculture with world-class restoration ecology and still make a living and do this extraordinary. He was like, I got a call back a week later. He's like, well, I said all that to Parliament, and they said I can buy it if we do it. So I was like, you what? He said, you're on. You got 10 years. So it was like, amazing. So here we go. This was the beginning of this extraordinary project. The map on the left, the blue areas are very important, sensitive cultural, archaeological landscapes to the Maori people. We immediately engaged the Maori elders to learn their story, their relationship to land. They changed my life. The next is the landscape of agriculture, and to the right is the landscape of wildlife connectivity. And we set this as our goal. All right, so the little guy on the right is a tuatara. The tuatara only existed in New Zealand thanks to this Gondwanaland go home early situation. And it lives in a symbiotic relationship with three seabirds: sooty petrels, gray-faced petrels, and fluttering shearwaters. Fluttering shearwater, none of those three birds had been on this headland for a century. They had not been sighted. The tuatara is down to only a few individuals remaining on the planet Earth, all of which have been removed to an island habitat for breeding. They actually breed okay in captivity. They just don't survive in the wild because of cats, stoats, weasels, all the mammals that we introduced. It is the last dinosaur on Earth. This is a sphenodont, so it is genetically the same as the dinosaurs. What a bold, this is how I'm so grateful to
This is landscape architecture, folks.
I'm so grateful to not be very smart because I didn't ever think we couldn't do it. And So the idea was, and thanks to an incredible biologist named Steve Sawyer, who is a local guy, he really walked us through how to get this done. So what we had to do was prove to the Department of Conservation that we had 3 fledging returns of seabirds. Well, they fledged for 3 years. So that meant a minimum of 9 years. But first we had to attract the birds. So here we go. The very first step was to build a fence. So this is a predator-proof fence with about 1 meter of steel mesh that comes forward. Life lesson, everybody. If you run up to a fence and you dig down and you can't get through, this is why this fence works. But if you back up, you could go under. But we never back up when we confront these issues. So this works for all of the invasive mammals to protect the bird's eggs, and then also the tuatara and the tuatara's eggs, because as sphenodonts, they lay eggs. It takes, I think, a year to hatch. That is where those guys are working, just by the way. That's the cliff. It's 300 feet in the air. So there it looks like I'm just looking straight up. I'm looking straight down at these guys in this photograph. So there is our reforestation project. We work with the Maori elders to create a nursery. We have planted 600,000 rainforest trees to date to reforest this 7 miles of coastline, to go from barren, salt-saturated dirt into a rich rainforest. Wow. Steve Sawyer then said, well, we've got no electricity out here. So we've got to call in the birds. So right around cocktail hour, these speakers of seabird songs go out over the Pacific Ocean, and here they come. And they come in droves. And so here is the first gannet colony back on mainland New Zealand. The birds come, they fledge, all the habitat is thriving, and we finally were able to go to the Department of Conservation and bring back the tuatara. So we have the first successful reintegration of tuatara. They're breeding like crazy. They're happy here. And I wanted to just show you quickly. So to my back in this kind of silly photograph, to my back is the tuatara reserve, and I'm looking ahead at the next project, which is a wetland restoration. This is part of what we had to do was release the food sources of tuatara, because they also have been destroyed by an only grass ecosystem. So on the left, you're seeing weta, which is an 8-foot-long, greasy, grasshopper, roach-like thing that is delicious to tuatara. And geckos, which tuatara insurance is kind of in a lawsuit with the geckos here, but that's what a weta looks like. And if you get one caught in your hair, it really is not.
How big is it?
They're like 6 to 8 inches. Well, you're about to find out in March.
You were saying 8 feet. Yeah, 8 inches. I think he said feet, didn't he?
Oh, did I say feet? Oh gosh, no. I'm so sorry. Really.
Talk about a dinosaur, yeah.
Prehistoric bugs. These are the elders of the Natamanuhiri tribe, and they were our partners working with Steve Sawyer, the ecologist, to get the permission to bring these highly, highly endangered animals to the site. I mean, talk about building trust. It ended up taking 13 years of work to get these on this. And there it is, sexy beast. Look at that thing, gorgeous. And they're reproducing and thriving. So this is a very, very happy story of going from basically a completely collapsed ecosystem to a rich and thriving ecology. So now turning, I misplaced that slide. Now turning to the south and looking across what was just a grazing field. But the wetlands that had been drained by previous owners were trying to come back. So cattle would get mired down in the muck and break a leg, and you'd have to shoot the cow and drag it out with a tractor, and all things that nobody wants to think about. So we thought, this is terrible land for farming. Give it to us to do something, very exciting. So we decided to rebuild the 80 acres of wetlands that had been drained, but not just plug up one end of it and let it back up water. Let's actually make this a living painting so that we can see the rainfall, we can see the dry season, the wet season. And I looked at Roberto Burle Marx's paintings to think about the natural forms. And so this is the resulting wetland. In the foreground is a freshwater containment encroachment of one watershed. Just beyond that is a saltwater marsh because the beach allows salt intrusion underneath. So then we created a dike there, and then islands for flightless birds all the way up the valley. So there it is. You're seeing a reforestation of native rainforest going all the way to the top of the mountain for the birds to forage up through the trees to the top of this hillside. The rest of it is still grazed with sheep. We've laid out citrus paddocks, and we have introduced the blue penguin. Again, this is Steve Sawyer's incredible work, but it's really a design team of scientists and landscape architects and horticulturists working together. The Maori tribe has been essential here. Our client, through us, gave them money to build a nursery. And what's exciting is that nursery then started selling plants to other farmers who wanted to protect their drainage ways and start to bring this native biodiversity back to other farms. So this is what this wild and rugged headland now looks like, looking back south of a completely reforested coastline. So the opposite of that first image. So that's just 8 minutes of 25 years. So the fun thing is that our client, we are going back last week of March, and we are about to embark on a major planning effort for the long-term protection and preservation for generations to come of this site. And in talking to our client, I said, what if we did a short documentary film about this place, this property, and bring this to other people? And they've hired Joel Caldwell to do this film.
Which is, very incredibly exciting, And so you're going to be designing a 100-year master plan.
Yeah, for the ongoing conservation of this property. But I think the important thing here was to really respect the indigenous knowledge. Well, not indigenous knowledge. The Maori also came in 1300. But they really understood the germination of rainforest trees and species. They taught us so much, and every step of the way has been in partnership with them. There is a tremendous amount of racism in New Zealand between the Pakeha and the Maori. But I think the first night we went there, people invited us over and they were saying, look, the Maori will tell you they have all these rights over your land, and they don't, just ignore it. And we were driving home, and the owner said to me, so, I bet I know what you're doing tomorrow morning. And I said, yep, I made an appointment with the Maori. I'm going to go meet with the elders. And of course, the first meeting, they say, we don't need to talk to you. We don't want to. So it was very hard. And I said, well, I'm going to be back, and I'd like to meet again. And I said, will you please share your stories of how do you feel when you're in your land? What does it do to your heart to be on your land? What are the stories that you're willing to share about your land? And for 20 years, this went on, and we became great friends until, after a number of years, they invited our firm to design an expansion to their ancient burial ground, which was a very moving situation. And I said, if you haven't noticed, I'm white, and I don't think I should be designing your burial ground. That's your most sacred site. And the elders looked at me in a puzzle, but they invited me into the marae, which is not a place that Pakeha white people are typically invited. And so I took my shoes off, I went in, and they said, we've been in thought and prayer, and we have decided we would like to engage your office to expand this burial ground. And after my protest, they looked at me curiously and they said, we don't care what color you are, because we see that the earth is in your heart. And we need the tools that you have to help us solve our problems of drainage and parking and fencing and livestock, all these things. So it doesn't matter what color you are our ally, and you have tools that we need, so please work with us. And that really set my career on a different trajectory of where I realized I can work with the descendants of the enslaved people, I can work with the Maori people, I can work with the Cherokee in Western North Carolina, And somehow they come to understand I'm not there to appropriate or take their story in any way. I'm there absolutely to lend this remarkable toolkit that we have to tell their story, to protect and preserve their story. So it's very much about putting your head down and lifting up others. And that's why I like my job so much.
And what an incredible toolkit. I mean, now we've expanded the definition of landscape architecture to replanting 600,000 forest trees. So why is it that no one knows what landscape architects do? Not to speak for everyone here in this audience, but why does landscape architecture have such a PR problem?
I really wish I knew. I don't know. We could open it up to the audience, because if anybody's learned something new today, I'd love to hear it. I don't know, but I think that's why I wanted this book to come out, because I feel like it gives people a sense of what this profession might be. I have friends whose kids are, in college, and like, will you talk to our, they see me as like somebody who really enjoys their work. They're like, will you talk to our kids? And so I love that. And so I will, and I'll say, so what are you into? They're like, well, I want to work in food security, climate justice, social issues around equity and tolerance. I'm really interested in sustainability. And I'm like, how about landscape architecture? And they say, oh no, I don't want to do that. I'm like, you just listed what it does. But of course they think it's, building a swimming pool in someone's backyard. So we definitely have a PR problem. But I think that's what I'm hoping this book will start to maybe inspire some young folks to say, oh, there is something at the intersection of civil engineering, of placemaking, of city making, of connecting people to nature. And all of that is the act of design. Design is, in fact, an alchemical magic. And when you can take all of these ideas into your mind and then produce something no one's thought of before, nothing will make you happier. And I just recently, you've come to Memorial Park in Houston. I'll be talking about Memorial Park tomorrow in the book talk, but I had a funny situation where I was sitting on one of the walls in a lake that's where a parking lot was, and this young couple came up, and as my World War II era parents would say, they were sparking. And so he's kind of like, she's sitting on the wall next to me, and he's kind of like, little sexy time. They're sort of nuzzling and everything. And
you're lurking and watching.
No, I'm not. I'm sitting waiting for a friend to come, go on a hike.
Sure.
And the guy and the guy goes, oh no. And he gets down on his knees and he said, there's no more beautiful place in Houston to ask you to be my wife than here.
Wow.
Well, so the creepy old man starts to cry. And I was like, oh my God, we made a thing in a place where there was just asphalt and, terrible abandoned land. And so you make it the place where people thrive and where people can love each other. And I think if you learn to love nature deeply, then you've learned to love the world. And if you love the world, we can start to solve so many of the troubling problems that we face. It's, as Ken Burns said last night, it's, I love you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. Come listen to Thomas talk about his book tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dan Klivner, David Kessler, and Doug Miller with Dr. Coy Lay.
Good afternoon. What a day. I'm Koi Lei. 2 years ago, my wife Susan and I held my father as he died in our home. A few weeks after that, my sister, only sibling, called us up and she said, Koi, I really love the way Ba died. My sister had cancer. She said, I want to die that way. And so she moved into our home and she stayed with us for the last 4 months of her life. And we all have our stories.
So my name's Doug Miller, and about 8 years ago, we took my wife to the emergency room because she was having stomach pains, thinking it would be something that would be resolved at the emergency room, only to find out when the doctor came back it was stage 4 ovarian cancer. It was a huge shock. When we first saw the doctor, that was the cancer doctor that was going to treat us, and asked what the chances of survival were, he told us they were slim, but there was always a chance. And when my wife asked, how long do you think I have? He said 18 months. She died 18 months later. And then you all who are parents dread that phone call in the middle of the night because it's never good. You don't answer and say hello. You say, okay, what's wrong? And it was one of my children saying that our son had died. So wife, son, great deal of grief, different grief.
Dan?
Hi, my name is Dan Klivner, and 50 years ago, my 11-year-old brother passed away when I was 9, following a congenital heart defect and efforts to repair his heart. 20 years ago, my father died after a brief battle with Parkinson's and lung cancer. And 6 years ago, the love of my life, my husband, passed away after a 5-year battle with cancer.
Yeah, David Kessler's with us, and David has authored 6 books on grief. He's an expert in loss and dying. He's the founder of a website called grief.com that gets over 20 million visits from a year from 167 countries. And David, one of your books you write, you have this phrase, it's the death shapes the grief. And every Dan and I were talking, in every circumstance, very individual, very personal, as individual as a fingerprint. But there are a lot of fingers out there, right?
Yes. And sometimes even in a family, the siblings all grieve differently and may experience the death differently, because we all have different relationships with our mother, with our father, with our sister, our brother, even our children. We have different relationships. So that's why I always talk about our grief as unique as our fingerprint. It's so individual. And at the same time, how we die impacts how we grieve. Is it a death where everyone's around at the end of a long life and the person's dying well? Or is it traumatic and it's wrong and they shouldn't be dying and it just isn't their time and all that? All those factors, there's no right or wrong to this, but how we die impacts how we grieve. And so to understand both of them are really, really important. And that's why anytime we can give people support when loved ones are dying, and then also give them support after they die, it's very important.
Yeah, when you mentioned Stephen, 5-year battle, Phyllis had 3 years, I think. And so both of these were, you have a term in one of your books, anticipatory grief. Is this what you're referring to?
Yeah, it is the grief, anticipatory grief. I think of it as the living grief. It's the grief that happens before someone dies. All of us grew up with a little anticipatory grief that we knew our parents are going to die someday. But then when maybe you get a diagnosis, it becomes so much more real, and you begin anticipating the death and grieving all the little moments as you begin to lose them. And people also sometimes think, oh my gosh, I grieved so long, they had Alzheimer's, they had this chronic illness, I had so much anticipatory grief, I'm not going to grieve later. And I'll go, it's not like homework, you can't do it early. You're still going to grieve after too.
Yeah. So it's interesting because I'd never heard of that term, anticipatory grief. I should have probably called your webpage or dialed your webpage, but
you visit web pages.
Visit web pages. I don't do much. I'm a judge. I don't have much social media, but I'd never heard that term until we started talking about that, because I think I anticipated grief with the date of the death, and maybe I didn't even know I was grieving. I was a caregiver. I was busy within that caregiver aspect, but my life changed. I mean, it felt a lot like the grief that I felt afterwards in some sense.
Yeah. Dan, you're an attorney. The language is so important, right? So anticipatory grief, we're not anticipating grief. No. It's grief while you're anticipating the death.
I think that's right. People come to me sometimes and seek counsel, because I guess I'm a counselor in my professional life, and they'll say, we had a situation where, a tragic situation where one of our secretaries came home to find her husband dead on the floor. And she said, well, you understand. And I said, I really don't understand, because I had years to say goodbye. I had years to talk and resolve things and say, I love you. I can't understand what that's like if you get that phone call at night. That's a different kind of grief. And in a second sense, there were moments along the way where the very news of the diagnosis or the news of the results of a test gone wrong were grief moments themselves. It's not that you anticipate the death.
It's that living grief.
It's that moment is a desperate moment too. So I think that the challenge is, my question to you when I was asked to join this, Jamie asked me to join this panel, and I haven't written a book, and I said, I don't think anybody's going to show up for a panel on grief and grieving, and he said, no, don't worry, Dan, misery loves company. So, but we don't mean to be miserable. There's a light at the end of this tunnel, but it's a challenge. Each of these stories is I was going to ask you, because I think of you as the expert, when is this grieving over?
When people ask me, the two big questions I get are, when will grief end? And I often answer with, how long is a person going to be dead? Because if they're going to be dead for a long time, you're going to grieve for a long time. Now, that doesn't mean you'll always grieve with pain. Hopefully, with support, with love, you can eventually grieve with more love than pain. The other question I always get is, which grief is the worst? Is it death of a child? Is it death of someone you've been with for years? Is it your parent? Is it a murder? Is it this? Is it that? And I'll go, the grief that's always the worst is yours. It's always yours. We can't, just like he said so beautifully, we can't compare grief. It's all so different. I can never know anyone else's grief except my own. And I just want to say, I saw the Kleenex getting passed around. Thank you.
It's for us.
Thank you so much for that. And, one of the things that I often tell people is, we do this to people so many times. A tear comes out, here. And in a way, it makes us feel like, oh, I need to stop crying. When I do things, I always say to people, everyone's got to pick up their own tissue. Can't give anyone a tissue. They know how to do it themselves. Just say, I'm here and I love you. Please keep crying. Allow them. It's okay.
David's books got all these great things, and we were sitting talking, and I was using some terms that were not correct, and he's corrected. And I said, you know, David, you're like the Emily Post of grieving. You're like, you're telling,
Yay!
you know.
What I loved about the tissue example was that I thought it was interesting that it's 4 men talking about grief. Because in my experience, my male friends who were wonderful, and I loved them and they loved me, it was agony on their part. You could see and feel it, and they really didn't know what to say and what to do. And at first that was difficult for me, you know, because I wanted them to be someone I could cry with, I could hug, that they'd listen to me, but they just struggled. So I loved hearing that example and what that meant.
And it's interesting, I have 26 online grief groups: death of a parent, death of a child, death of a spouse, all those, death by suicide. And people look at the list and go, there's no men's group. And I'll go, every 3 months we try a men's group, they don't show. Women know how to talk about feelings. Us men were often raised to be fixers. We want to fix grief, not realizing we're not broken, we're in grief.
Let's talk about what was that like during the time before the death. Were there things that Steve and Phyllis did that were helpful to you?
That's a
good question. Good question.
So, Stephen was a wonderful Episcopalian guy from Little Rock, Arkansas. And we were together 29 years, more than half my life at the time. And he absorbed the traditions of mine, which are Jewish traditions. And religious Jewish people wake up every morning and say, Modeh ani, grateful am I, Lord, that you restored my soul to my body. Every day. It's the first thing they say before they get out of bed. Most of us don't even know that tradition, don't observe it, but I taught it to Stephen. And he adopted it. Every day was a grateful day. And he didn't burden me with the illness. I've shared that with lots of people, in particular non-Jewish people, who've embraced that themselves. I'm going to just tell if you'll allow me. At the law firm one day, and my assistant is here, Phil, he can vouch for this, we brought in the In-N-Out burger truck. And there's a better truck. It's the one with the French fries. But the French fry maker broke. And some of the people were really upset that they didn't get French fries. And I was just in one of those moods, in one of those days. Stephen was alive. And we had a conference that afternoon in the office, and I said, I heard that some of you were upset that there were no French fries. I said, Stephen has stage 4 cancer and is grateful for every day. Now, you could be grateful that we had hamburgers at the office, or you could be disappointed that we didn't have French fries. Either of those would be right.
It's your choice, yeah.
He lived every day fully.
And
I think that people who have a diagnosis, you talked about anticipatory, they live more fully than the rest of us because they know how precious time is.
You're finding some meaning in that period of time. But Delia, what?
So Steve and Phyllis would have liked each other because almost that. Phyllis had been sick for a year, having all these stomach issues and trying to get the diagnosis. And then when we got the diagnosis, it was 18 months. But it was almost some of the best days and months, and I'm going to cry, of our marriage because we were so close and she was so positive.
What were there? What things happened during that time that were the most helpful for you from other people?
So, I can't help but look at Jamie here. I learned the lesson that many people, well-intended people, say, call me if you need anything, or let me know if you need anything, and they mean it. But then there were others who actually showed up, who actually do. I send ice cream if you get ice cream from me, it's not a good day for you. Ice cream, people who are suffering with they can't do almost anything, but they can digest, they love the sensation and the cold and the taste and the sweetness. And so there's graters, and we would send, but it started because other people did it for me. One of my partner's wives said, we're making you, Sunday night, we're making you chicken dinner. And she showed up with a pot, with a chicken, with flour, with oil. I can't cook for nothing. And she sat at our kitchen and cooked us a Sunday dinner.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. But the ones who actually showed up.
Don't just offer, but actually just go ahead and do things with it.
And people say all the time, but I don't know what to do. And I'm like, they're human beings just like you. Bring them ice cream, take out the trash, help get their kids to school, visit the grandkids. I mean, think about it. We kind of know how each other works.
You had mentioned, I think, in when we were chatting that Stephen, and you took care of a lot of stuff. You made some lists of, in a way, that this should go to this person, and that you found to be very.
That was very late in the game. This is an interesting insight, actually. I hope it's helpful. We all have wills or trusts, and often the will or the trust will say, I leave everything to my wife, or I leave everything to my husband if I should predecease. And nobody has any clue what everything is. Who's the accountant? Who's the bank? What is everything? And so creating an additional Dear Mary, Dear John letter that says our accountant's name is Irving, usually that's the name of the accountant, and our banker is at JP Morgan or Chase or whatever, and here are the account numbers. And what Stephen was a collector, he was a collector of collections, and he identified specific objects around the house. This is beyond a will. It was like, I want Stan to have that painting, and I want my sister to have that. It was literally things like that. I want you to take your mother and the Freeds on the Panama Canal crossing that we didn't do. And I honored that, but it was because we really didn't talk about death and dying, but these were commandments, really.
So really concrete lists.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And I want to add to that something that's really important. I work with so many people who have had a partner, a spouse die, and they talk about their exhaustion. And I will say, let's write down all your partner, your husband, your spouse's roles, and what happened to those roles. We don't realize we often play 100 roles. When someone dies, you may have taken on 25 new roles or even 100 new roles. No wonder you're exhausting, and grief is exhausting to begin with. So just the idea that you helped with those roles is really remarkable.
And I wanted to go back to what you said about what someone did and use you as an example, because it sometimes isn't the words that you need. It's just a touch or a hug. Yes. And you used to come to the hospital and sit at the end of the bed, and you don't probably remember this, but Phyllis would talk about you putting your hand on her foot or her leg and just being there. That meant a lot to me, and it meant a lot to her. And so there's something simple like that you can do. You don't have to have some eloquent speech or some secret words or something like that. A lot of times it's just simple. A dish, a hug, a letter.
I find that, because medicine unfortunately comes up way too often that we have to be around people who are dying. And what are the words? There's no word. But there's so much comfort both ways, right? To just the presence. And I think you have the courage to just be present and not say something. We really like to fill silences, but we don't need to fill silences.
And I felt almost guilty if I'd cry in front of my friends, and I tried so hard not to. But in some sense, what I wanted.
It's beautiful. It's freeing.
I needed that share of emotion.
We were talking. Sorry, go ahead.
When my brother died, he was a child. I said 11, and I was 9. My sister was 13. My brother's name was Ron. At that time, there weren't the medical treatments for heart defects that there are today. Today, probably it would have been in a NICU and they would have repaired his heart. But in 1973, there was Dr. Cooley and Dr. DeBakey, and they weren't doing kids. And so they went to Alabama, and he passed away 36 hours after surgery. I was with my godfather and godmother. I don't see Barbara here, but it was her. There she is.
There she
her
is.
parents looked after my sister and me while my brother and parents were in Alabama. I loved my godfather. But he said to me something that will be immediately recognizable. He and Estelle told me, and Effie, that our brother had passed away, had died. And then he said, "You have to be brave. You have to buck up, man up.
Translation.
Don't cry.
Don't have feelings. Don't cry. Take care of everyone else. Don't worry about you."
I do not blame my godfather, Ben. I loved and I spoke at his funeral.
Right.
But I didn't cry, and I didn't talk about my brother publicly. People would say, I would speak about 2 children, my sister and me, later. I didn't say we were one of 3.
Right.
It really affected me. This discussion today is very, different because I'm talking so openly about Stephen and my loss, but it was a very different experience as a child.
It's interesting when my son died, our son, it was so different than the anticipation of Phyllis over that long period of time. And it certainly was a shock. But as the dad, I had to jump in and take control. Right. And I don't know if I cried that first 24, 48 hours. There was so much to deal with from the police and the coroner and all of this, that I was doing all that. It was like I was doing my job and stepping up. And it really wasn't until after, when those were kind of out of the way and I fulfilled all those duties that fell on my shoulders, that then I kind of just, I could feel the grief coming.
David, you have a phrase in your books. It's a caution. You say, "Forewarned is not always forearmed." And so Dan Stevens dying for 5 years, and so his death did not come as a shock. But after he died, what do you look back? What is the thing that surprised you the most, even though you were anticipating this? Does anything catch you off guard, looking back in your life since then, or something you weren't expecting?
Yeah. Give you context. He died in April 1st of 2019 was April Fool's Day, like every year. He said to me, "Danny, I'm dying. And I don't want to die on April Fool's Day." And I said, "Well," and I said, "Well, what if you're dying?" I didn't deny it. I said, "What do you want to do before you die?" He said, "I want to call everybody." And remember, this is a person who's dying. But he rallied, and he called everybody, and he said thank you, one after the other, to his brother for whatever thing they did in his life or in the days before, in the weeks before. "Thank you for coming to visit me," etc. He got on with my mother, and my mother started talking. I said, "Ma, shut up. Let him talk." He called. Nobody would have believed that a day later he was gone. He didn't wake up basically the next day. So then I moved forward from that, and he died on April 2nd, 2019, and I mourned. And then COVID happened, and I was isolated for another year. I thought traditionally it would take a year, but think about the timeline. February, March of the next year, hospice calls me. "We just are checking in on you. It's been a year." And I said, "I'm so grateful for the call, and I'm so grateful that he died last year." when we could be together and have hospital visits and do everything. Because remember, in the isolation of COVID, remember people were parked on the street yelling up to their loved ones. So I was grateful for that. And then that passed. And I found that the most difficult thing was to start over. I wouldn't have anticipated that.
Start over with another relationship.
Well, or even just by myself. Right. Now, managing life, I never thought about it that way, doing extra tasks, driving to the desert. I have a desert home in Rancho Mirage. I love this place. But we used to take turns driving. I'd work hard and then we'd have dinner and he'd drive. Just driving back and forth was a new task. Everything was a new task. And then trying to find a new partner or a new love. I mean, it's like a sitcom, you know, the father is going out on a date for the first time and the kids look at him and go, Dad, what are you wearing? He says, your mother loved this. Dad, nobody wears that, right? So I was like, the wardrobe, the whole, I mean, when I met Stephen, I was 26 years old and starting out as a lawyer, as a first-year associate. Now I'm a managing partner. And I still want to meet somebody 26 years old.
Doug?
So there really were a bunch of things. I didn't realize it would be hard to go home.
Oof.
To be in the house. You know,
the absence is so loud.
And I left. I moved in with my daughter at the beach. I didn't realize what I don't think I'd ever sobbed in my life, but there would be moments, mostly when I was alone, you know, someplace in the car or someplace, where it would be inconsolable. It would just come out of nowhere. I didn't know where it was, and shake me to my bones.
We call those grief bursts.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that.
It's a grief burst, like it bursts out of you.
Ugh. And then the other thing, you talk about, you know, grieving for a period of time or mourning and now thinking about starting over. And I was lucky because Phyllis gave me permission.
Yeah.
And well, anyway, gave me permission. And I was lucky because I found someone. I thought my life was over. I really, really did. I thought, here I am, and I'm going to live with my daughter and the grandkids and be a babysitter, you know, for them for the rest of my life. And then Jamie introduces me to somebody.
I think
someone pretty special, clearly.
So for me, I'm familiar with the 5 stages that you had elucidated, and
with Kubler-Ross.
Yeah, with Kubler, but
Kubler-Ross's stages. You've heard of those: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance, and not in order.
Not in order, not sequential, not linear. But I had something that I kind of wanted to be a stage, and it's guilt. I didn't really expect that, and there's all these different kinds of guilt. I mean, there's when you lose somebody, there's a guilt. Like the guilt about, like, if I had done something, they'd still be around. Like, why didn't I call the person who did something? Why didn't I call them on that day? Why didn't I say, go get this lump checked out? Why didn't I not let them drive home when they'd been drinking? You know, so there are all these, this fantasy that if I had done this, they'd still be alive. There's that kind of guilt.
Wait, is that what surprised you?
Well, the guilt is, and then there's the other guilt. Well, I didn't have that guilt, but I had a different kind of guilt, which is, I wish I'd just been a lot kinder before they died. And now I can't be kind to that person anymore because they're gone. It's unfinished. So there's this regret of, why was I cranky? Why didn't I go make that one more call? You know, so there's that second kind of guilt about not changing the death, but wish I had behaved better before the death. There's, and then when I talk to my friends or my patients, there's another guilt about finding joy afterwards. Sometimes people feel guilty about that. And when you really talk to people and the lights are down and they are anonymous, and in their deepest moment, some people will express, a guilt that they feel the most guilty about, which is a relief that someone died. But then it's a terrible kind of guilt too, but they, for different reasons, maybe the suffering, maybe they just didn't see that somehow this was going to end well, and when the death is kind of over, there's a sense of relief, but how do you talk about that, right?
And there's one more we've talked about, which is medical errors guilt. Ooh. And it's in our mind. Mm-hmm. People will be in enormous guilt saying to me all the time, oh my gosh, I brought him to the emergency room. I forgot to tell them to check his heart. Mm-hmm. That's what did it.
Can we not talk about medical errors? I'm sitting up here with two lawyers.
It's a perception. Rarely, it does happen, but it is that sense of, wait a minute, I could have done something. And, oftentimes, even if I tell people the reality, like, the doctors know to check the heart. You actually didn't have to tell them. It doesn't matter, because here's the thing, and if you don't mind, just since we're at a writer's festival, right. This last book, Finding Meaning, was with Simon & Schuster. I've been with Penguin and HarperCollins and all of them, but this was with Simon & Schuster. I, in the first draft, had so many different spots on guilt. The editor, who's amazing, those editors, like, they could go on and on about a colon versus a semicolon. And I just think, it's time for a colonoscopy. But they go on and on about all that. And she said to me, you're being so repetitious around guilt. I solved the problem. And I said, you did? And she goes, yes. Just say in the beginning of the book, guilt often accompanies grief and is not warranted. And she said it like, ah. And I said, that's a lovely sentence. Do you think that will stop guilt? And she says, I don't know about that. And I said, I do. We're going to need to be repetitious.
Dan,
it comes up a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I think this will be recognizable to a lot of people. Stephen's father passed away in our house. I mean, this is like why I'm probably not dating, because everybody dies around me. Stephen's father died in our house after a short bout with colon cancer. And I eulogized him back in Little Rock, Arkansas. His father was a gregarious fellow, a jazz pianist, a salesman, and ran for Congress in Arkansas. Everybody liked Hal. Except when I eulogized him, there was one man in the back pew crying inconsolably. Inconsolably. I had never met this guy, and I knew the whole family. This was the brother who was estranged. It was the one brother who didn't get along with anybody, and in particular, I guess, but came to the funeral and was the most inconsolably bereaved, because I think he couldn't ever resolve that. The death ended the chance, the hope of resolution. And I think we have a lot of that where, you said, I wish I were more polite, or I wish I had said something differently. I think for me, that's something I'm conscious of in my lifetime, informed by the experiences I've had and the deaths I've witnessed, that I don't want to have excuses.
I guess I feel like, the issue is to move guilt, like if it's a needle, move it over to something called regret instead of guilt. I mean, because some of this unfinished business will always be unfinished.
Can we talk about the brain science of that?
Well, can
I
first
go
say
ahead,
about
please.
When we're talking about guilt, the time that I felt the most guilt was before Phyllis passed away. And it was, at least in my mind, and I thought it's almost inevitable. I mean, the prognosis is not good. And I would start to think late at night, what am I going to do when she's gone? What's going to happen to me? Right. And then I would just break out in a sweat because I would be so guilty. Here I'm thinking about that, and she's sick, and she's going through that. So that was tough to think about that and try to put that out of the way and not even think about planning as to what you're going to do and how you're going to deal with that, because it just felt awful to me, like I was being disrespectful or not loving her or something like that.
Yeah.
And can we spend a little bit of the time we have left talking about what helped you guys the most through this?
Okay. My kids were wonderful.
In what way?
They called, they came and stayed with us, they were encouraging, they were helpful, they tried to help me, take her to the doctor, do this, you need to go to work, you've got to go to court, you got to do this, and let us help some of that. They were wonderful. Coy was wonderful because he just let me cry and talk to me. I had one friend who called me every day just to say, hey, how you doing? Everything all right? Anything I can do? People that brought food. People that just sent a card. Just something simple like that. So there were a lot of things like that. Just, I called them, they hugged me, they let me cry, and they listened to me.
I came prepared. The best card I received was from my mentor at my firm, my rabbi, who referenced President Lincoln's letter to Mrs. Bixby. And this being a writer's conference, I'm not a writer, I'm a reader, but I'll tell you what President Lincoln wrote. Mrs. Bixby lost 5 sons in the Civil War. And he made it a point to write letters to the mothers of the fallen. And he writes, I feel how weak and fruitless must be any word of mine which should attempt to beguile you from the grief of a loss so overwhelming. But I cannot refrain from tendering you the consolation that may be found in the thanks of the Republic they died to save. I pray that our Heavenly Father may assuage the anguish of your bereavement and leave you only the cherished memory of the loved and lost, and the solemn pride that must be yours to have laid so costly a sacrifice upon the altar of freedom. And I, in preparation for this, pulled his letter, quotes that, and I pulled it out because I read David's book on finding meaning, and I struggled with finding meaning. There's the meaning. That's the consolation. And so that, totally connected the dots. That made sense to me.
And Jamie loves it when you talk about Lincoln in the London room. I've heard.
Yeah.
As a physician, I would say that grief, depression, sadness, all these are in our mind. It's a state of your mind. It's in your brain and your mind. And so don't neglect to take care of your brain during this time. And there are things you can do to make your brain healthier. So exercise is really important for brain health. As we've heard today, we know music is really important for brain health. Really be careful with drugs and alcohol. They're not great for brain health. What can you do to help your sleep? That's good for brain. But I think the healthier you actually make your brain, you help with these feelings. It's not separate. So I would strongly put a pitch in for that.
So do people tell you I'm having a physical symptom? Do I need to go to the doctor, or is this just normal grief that I'm feeling?
It's interesting. And first of all, I want to say I had breakfast with a cardiologist. Takes all the fun out of eating everything I shouldn't have. But he knows also, and I wrote about this, there's something called broken heart syndrome. Mm-hmm. It's our physical manifestation of our grief, and we learned from it in Japan. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting that we think it probably affects maybe 90% of people who are in grief, and a small little percentage actually die from it, but some do. And obviously whenever anyone says, my heart's hurting, I'm like, you got to go to the emergency room now, just get it checked first. But not surprisingly, it's in our body, and it really does affect us.
Interestingly, Dave, it's overwhelmingly female.
overwhelmingly female. And they saw it, broken heart syndrome, when someone came in after their pet had died.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you have trouble sleeping? Because I did.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'd wake up every night at 3:16 in the morning, and I would look at the clock. Then I'd wake up again at 5. Yeah, I know. I definitely had trouble sleeping.
But that starts before the death, right? I mean, because you're a caregiver,
right.
And those last weeks, months, you're not sleeping through the night before. So it's grief too, but it's also a carryover too.
Yeah. But this broken heart thing, I intuit a lot. I don't have that science, but I've seen it where there's couples who are married for 50 years or more, and one passes away and the other passes away shortly thereafter.
Absolutely.
And the simple thing, they couldn't live without them, but there might be more to it.
There's more to it than that, absolutely.
Yeah.
So do you advise people that are trying to help someone else who's going through grief as to what they should do? And are there simple things that you tell them?
Well, here's the thing that's interesting, and we talked about it before, how you said people with grief started coming to you after a while. Many people don't realize when we think of grief support, we think, oh, you went to a counselor, a therapist. Most grief support in the world, people who run groups and do one-on-one support, are grievers to grievers. They're the ones that do most of the grief support. And the sad reality is you can become a therapist anywhere in the world without 1 hour of a grief class. So we intuitively think, oh yeah, I'm a therapist, I know grief. Not really, you don't know the tools. So people want to turn their pain into purpose. I have a grief educator program, one's about to start soon, a certificate program, where therapists, coaches who got no training are people who have been through that dark night and want to help other people learn because they realize helping is healing.
It's interesting when you say that, because when I bought your book and it said Finding Meaning, I thought, well, this doesn't apply to me. I didn't go out and create a charity or a foundation. And then as I read through it, I realized it doesn't really mean that.
I told him the one thing I wish I could change about it is the title. Because people go, finding meaning, I'm not there. And I'm like, ooh, the book is to help you get there someday, but it helps you walk through the pain, not just get to the meaning. But can't change the title, it's done.
Yeah.
It's about acceptance. Everything comes down to acceptance.
So what advice would you give to someone?
Who's trying to console someone else?
Yeah.
I think just to be there for whatever they need. Whether that's you, when Ty passed away, you sent me a poem. Thinking of you, and you sent me this poem that was just wonderful. But I also...
It's the presence. It's your presence.
I have a simple sentence that I commend to you. When you go to console someone, just say, tell me about your mother. Tell me about your son. I went to a friend whose son died following an overdose, not by suicide. What are you going to say?
You say that, and then you have to truly listen.
And then I listen.
You have to listen.
You have to listen.
And hug.
And don't start a sentence with at least.
Yeah.
At least they died quickly. At least this, at least that. No, at least.
Our session is unfortunately ending, but David is going to have a follow-up session tomorrow morning at 8:30 with the lovely...
Who am I going to do it with?
With the lovely Susan St. Louis.
Oh my gosh, I'm very excited.
And so would really encourage you to explore it. It's something we all go through, and then the more we talk about it and think about it, I think it's a good thing.
And you brought something to hand out.
And yes, I just wanted to, on your way out, you can grab one of these. They're also in the overflow room. It lists all the groups I have and the Grief Educator program, just so you just know you don't have to do this alone. We all know someone who's dealing with something, so I wanted to make sure you got some resources too.
Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you. See you at the book signing.